All right, everybody. Welcome in. I saw you, Ben. Sorry, I did see you start a call, and I was like, give me a second. Hey, Lycan, what do you want to hear? The good news or the bad news? Patient, good news, please, doctor. Well, we're naming a disease after you. What do bees do after they are married? They go on a honeymoon. Okay. You bought a few things today? Nice, Jax, nice. Well, good. Welcome in as well. Welcome in. What, are you going to put on the Discord? Because I can have a look if it's on Discord. 6-9 though. Did you go usual like place that you normally get to go to for like games and stuff? Or and memorabilia or TV show stuff. Also, this came today. Little Buster Sword, necklace. So now I can truly say that I'm a Final Fantasy VII fan. That's how you know, That's how you know. No, I just saw it and it was like cheap. Like I saw it was like reasonably priced, and I was like, damn, that'd be pretty cool. Because I know Neon has like a Buster Sword necklace. So I was like, damn, they're really cool actually. So yeah, I didn't think it'd be this big and this heavy and this pointy. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
You went to Livingston because Glasgow's busy. Ah, yeah, of course, because of Clash of the Castle, right? Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's not have Limp Bizkit. Oh, okay, I've just seen them now. Okay. Oh, John Wick 3, Parabellum. Nice. John Wick Chapter 4. Nice. Tales of Arise, physical copy. Nice. Yeah. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Nice. And then Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Ooh. I'm guessing V for Vengeance, because V is a Roman numeral for 5, but it's also the first letter of Vengeance. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's probably nothing to do with that, but that's fine. Right. Enough shenanigans. Are we ready, Ben? Are you there still? You can call me now and I will answer. I'm not just ignoring you on purpose. I swear. Oh, that's cool. Wait, Barrett's on commentary tonight? Hell yeah. I'm afraid I got some bad news. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hello.
No, it's fine. You can ignore me. It's okay. I'm used to it at this point.
I feel you on that one.
In 30
I feel
years of getting
it's like, first time being ignored, huh?
Yes, Jesus. I don't even remember what that meme was from, but
all I know it's the guy who plays is it Green Goblin's son in Spider-Man? I can't remember his actual name. I can't remember the actual character's name, and he's like, first time, huh?
in which one? In Spider-Man 3 or in the Amazing Spider-Man?
The first ones, the Tobey Maguire ones. So first.
Okay, so that would be James Franco.
That's the one. Yeah. It's like first time, huh?
The kid from the Amazing Spider-Man Green Goblin iteration, but
yeah,
I've seen him before in a bunch of stuff as well.
Yeah, he's quite a. I mean, like around that time, he was in a lot of films.
Yeah,
it was pretty
James
cool.
Franco's been around though.
He's been around the block.
Yep.
Ooh.
They hate us because they ain't us.
I mean, so true.
They hate us because they ain't us. No. They hate us because they ain't us.
Oh.
That's stupid.
Best match is AJ Cody. Ooh, nice. Let's go.
Right. Yep. They're. Hold on.
I've read it in my game.
I gotta get my mic turned on for them now.
Oh,
Sorry.
fair enough.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had my mic muted still. I didn't get a chance to unmute it, and well, she was ready to call. So we're still setting up, Kiara.
Everybody, calm the fuck down.
Calm them goddamn titties. All right.
I should just do that in the background while Ben's just setting up.
Perpetual issue of playing with audio settings, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god,
Like
the
every
game is
time
too
you
loud.
get it right, and then the next day it's like, by the way, OBS fucked up your settings again.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah. It's like, oh hey,
Thanks.
it's like regarding that Windows update you just installed, yeah, everything's just gone backwards again. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. With this Windows update, we've actually reverted back to Windows 97. Go
Yeah.
fuck yourself.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you expected everything to be the same after we do an update? Sorry.
I mean, to be honest, Windows updates have been the same for like 30 years. They just put a new number on the box.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Like Windows OS has been basically the same trash for
Yeah.
many
It's like
years.
it's like number.
Unfortunately, it's the best selection of the trash that we have access to.
Yeah, it's either that or Mac OS. So we haven't got very much choice, have we?
Mac's
So
even worse. The Mac is even worse. It's incompatible with fucking everything because Apple were like, yes, we need our special private version of everything, which is why we're going to charge $47 for a charging cable that you have to buy from us that doesn't fit any other phone, and it's going to break after 2 weeks of using it.
And they were pissed when they had to use, because I think in Europe you have to use USB-C.
Yes. So I actually was just reading an article about that the other day. I don't remember which European like organization or collection sued them on it, but they were sued heavily by some European collection or organization for that whole like monopoly type thing that they were trying to create with, you have to buy their products and only their
products. Like lightning cables and all that stuff.
And that's literally the only reason why Apple has to use USB-C now on all of their products.
Yeah. I saw that and I was like, oh, I bet they were fucking pissed.
Oh, I'm sure they were livid. I'm sure they were livid, and I'm sure Steve Jobs was rolling over in his grave. I'm still mad they didn't name their cables Apple Juice. Oh my god. That would have been amazing.
That would have been hilarious.
Holy shit. I'm knocking the wind out of me now.
It's like, oh no, you're leaking apple juice. Just you better charge it up.
No, see, if they said you're leaking apple juice, that would have been Apple stealing your data.
True.
So you're leaking apple juice. Oh no. Yes, good.
We're sending it to the Chinese as we speak.
Exactly. Funneling right into Hunter Biden's laptop.
It's like, oh yeah, while we're at it, make sure their phone like bricks after 2 years as well. While we're at it.
That's what I was saying, dude. That's literally the reason why I have never been a supporter of Apple.
No.
Because of that shit with the charging cable. Like the fact that their charging cable was so obnoxious and unique, and you had to buy one from them, and it was horrendously overpriced.
And then they took out the aux like port so that you couldn't actually use wired headphones anymore, and it was like,
exactly.
Cool.
And then as well, just like I said, the fact that those stupid cables broke like every
yeah, they were so flimsy.
Like, why should I have to spend half as much as the phone cost me on charging cables over the course of like 6 months?
But it's called a lightning cable, Ben. It sounds cool.
Yeah, except it makes me want to fucking zap Apple's nutsack with some lightning, because holy shit.
I hate that you have to buy Apple chargers in pieces. Exactly. Yeah. Luckily, I don't have the Apple problem. I have a Android, but it's not like Samsung or anything. It's a brand called Oppo, which is actually.
I just said screw it and I shelled out for the Google. I'm a Google bitch now.
You know what? I've been for the last like 5-6 years. I've been keeping an eye on the Google Pixels, and I've been umming and ahhing about getting them for ages.
Yeah, I've got the 7 XL Pro, and it's actually pretty good. I think they're on the 8 now.
Yeah, I think I've seen
the 7 XL Pro, and it's actually a really good phone.
Yeah, I've seen the
There are a couple little
8A.
things here and there, but that's like with any phone. There's always a couple little things that could be better or
Yeah.
are a bit of a nuisance.
Mhm.
But the 7 that I have, the 7 Pixel or the 7 XL Pro,
Mm.
is very nice. It's just a pain in the ass to get a proper screen protector for. Jax, thank you for the bits.
Oh, thanks, Jax.
Kieran says my mom has an iPhone. If she sends multiple pictures in one text now, they're all blurry. But if she does one at a time, they're clear. Yep, that's Apple software for you. That's fucking Apple encoding software for you.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, because
hey, you want to send more than one picture at a time? Get fucked.
Yeah, no, but no, like I got recommended.
Apple just plays that meme from Austin
free?
Powers. Just
No.
how about no?
Yeah, how about no? Jax, thank you for the 100 bits, dude.
Great evil
Jax,
has
thank you so
come.
much for the
Great
support.
evil has come, and it's called
Oh,
Jax cheer
and
Dex
since I didn't
Elden
get a
Ring.
chance to really say it yesterday, Jax, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you for the sub to our wonderful Welshman.
I think it's the Galaxy Z Fold 5. Oh yeah, I've seen a few of the Fold phones. I think one of my friends has. Jax, I'm sorry, what? 2,000 bits? Hello? Hip hop to Chocobo, okay. I have shortened it, I promise. It's not gonna be like a minute long now. Thank you so much for the 2,000 bits, Jax.
_Edgerunner_Jax cheer Dex 2000.
2,000 blood.
I can't do like a proper praise the sun, but this is basically the new praise the sun.
The T-pose. Yeah, I get you.
It's called Golden Order Totality.
Honestly, I thought when you said Golden Ore, I thought you were going to say Golden Orgy, and I was like, whoa.
The Golden Orgy, where you just stand there like a fucking action figure and fuck each other.
I mean, that checks out.
I am presenting Fuck Me Now.
This is how I get the girls.
Exactly. This is how I get all the ladies.
I fucking wish.
Okay, so there was some other stuff in this castle. I think I remember telling you about it yesterday.
Yes,
there was
yes.
Some other stuff we can do in this castle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to try to do like everything or if you want to just kind of.
We'll do as much as we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we go and fight the boss, we'll do like as much of the little side stuff.
Yeah, sounds good.
Because I know how much you love parkour.
I love parkour.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
stand over here, Mr. Crash Bandicoot expert. Okay, so this one's the fun one. This one's the fun one.
Okay.
Okay.
I love how you just had to. You just
kind of like curve around this pillar, or you'll hit an invisible barrier.
Oh, in my fucking sleep.
Yep.
You know, I'm not a Crash Bandicoot speedrunner for no reason, right? You know.
Yeah. By the way,
I might die. I might die. Yes, I'm actually playing. I'm gonna be playing.
No big deal. I'm in the top 200.
Exactly. I mean.
Yeah, there's an item over there if you want it. Yeah, right on that.
Oh, smithing stone. Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
And then back up here should be more shit. I haven't explored up here in 5 ever because I think I only came up here maybe twice.
Wow.
In my various playthroughs. So
That is a lot of evers.
I don't remember. Like, I can't Dark Souls 3 with you. Like I did back then, where I was like,
that is totally
this item's
fine.
a Titanite chunk, and that item's a shield, and this one's a rig. Like,
This one's not gonna kill you.
I don't have that much, that depth of knowledge of this game, but I know like where the items are.
Yeah, roughly. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, it's funny you say about Crash Bandicoot. I actually don't know whether it's going to be tomorrow or if I might take a break tomorrow from stream. But I'm going to be playing a Crash game next. So it's funny that you mentioned that. I do play Crash Bandicoot. Let's hope things go much more smoothly this time. Yeah, let's hope we don't get people that just want to run around and be absolute arseholes for 45 minutes. Well, actually, no, it's like 2 hours, but you know.
Talking about in this. I was going to say in Crash Bandicoot. What the fuck are you talking about that as co-op in Crash Bandicoot?
I mean, Crash Team Rumble is a multiplayer. That's the latest one.
Oh.
But
Crash Team Rumble. Wasn't Crash Team Rumble like Crash Bash, but not as good?
That's. I mean, Crash Bash was a pretty low bar, but.
Are you kidding me? Crash Bash was great back in the day, man.
Oh, try playing it now.
Oh, obviously now it hasn't aged well. It's fucking 22 years old.
Have you tried playing the adventure mode? It
No,
sucks.
Crash Bash on the old PlayStation. Like,
Oh yeah, it was.
That game was
Yeah.
my childhood. I
Yeah.
fucking loved that game.
I never played adventure mode. Like, I very rarely played adventure mode, but like the battle mode was fucking top tier.
Crash Bash was so good, man.
Yeah. But yeah, Crash Team Rumble's basically like it's
Like
kind of like
Crash
yeah, it's kind of like Crash Bash, but it's only one game mode, and it's kind of like Overwatch, where it's like, hey, there's things you got like objectives you got to do, and it's like a team of 4 against a team of 4.
Oh, perfect. This is actually exactly where we needed to go.
So
grab that item, and then there's a door over here you can open that leads to
speaking of, I've never played Mirror's Edge. I think there's a second one. Yes, there's 2 Mirror's Edge games.
2 Mirror's Edge games, and they're both very good.
There's Mirror's Edge on the 360, and then there's Mirror's Edge Catalyst.
Who's saying that? Is that Jax?
No, Lycan.
Oh, okay. Wait, wasn't Lycan the one saying they were gonna get a new PC?
No, that was Jax. To get just for
Okay, because I was gonna say
Cyberpunk.
both of the Mirror's Edge games I think are on Steam, and they've been on sale a lot recently.
They're also on Game Pass as well, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe EA. I think they might be on EA Play because they're part of EA. Sort of start things.
But with EA Play though, you still have to pay extra for the EA stuff, don't you?
Yeah, you got to pay like Game Pass Ultimate, which is what I got because I'm a bitch.
I mean, yeah, I'm a Microsoft sellout all the way. Fuck Sony. As much as I love Crash Bandicoot and stuff, like no, screw Sony. I'm done giving them my money.
That's fair. I'm just a sellout to video games, so that's.
Well, I mean, I think I kind of mentioned it a little bit yesterday with like the Silent Hill 2 thing, and then actually bringing it to PC. It's just like, how does it take them this long to realize that if they open their player base more,
yeah,
it will be better for them in the long run. Like, they've been doing this anti-consumer crap for like the last 10, 15 years now.
Did you see the whole thing with Helldivers 2? Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, they've been doing it pretty much since like the PS3 era when what's his name took over as CEO for the American division, at least.
Ryan guy? Is it something Ryan? I can't remember his name.
Yeah, like Paul Bryan or something like that. I don't remember his name. But yeah,
Jim
since
Ryan?
he took over, it's just been like really, really heavily anti-consumer, and I'm like, dude, you're a games development company. Like, yes, you've got the movies and stuff too, but you started primarily as like cameras, and then worked your way into games and made the biggest name for yourselves making games and game systems. So that's your like core audience right there.
Yeah.
Like most people would agree that is your core audience because you have the most popularity with the gamers. So why would you actively work against things that the gamers like? Come on.
Exactly. It is silly.
Now Microsoft's kind of doing the same shit with certain things, but like the whole Hi-Fi Rush scenario with what is it, Tango Works?
Oh, didn't they like they basically?
Hi-Fi Rush. I was so confused hearing about that.
I sort of saw an article title, but then I didn't click on the article. But I'm guessing something happened to the studio or something.
So Hi-Fi Rush, like everybody acknowledged that Hi-Fi Rush was a massive success. It was a fantastic game.
I heard a lot of good things about it.
Had like a 92 on Metacritic or something.
Really good. Yeah, I heard it was really good.
Well made and well received. And Microsoft shut down the studio that made it, and still to this day refuses to give like a proper explanation as to why.
Oh.
It's just constantly with Phil Spencer the spiel, like the corporate public spiel of.
Oh, it's like, oh yeah, we're working on it, sort of thing, or we're expanding our divisions or whatever.
We had to make tough decisions and stuff like that, and it's like, dude, just give us a real answer. Like, why did you close down a studio that their biggest game was like the most successful game for Microsoft in a few years now?
Yeah, I mean,
like the first big kick on this comeback of Microsoft exclusives, and they were just like, yeah, no, we're shutting you down.
Yeah.
Arcane Austin makes
It was a big boom.
like shutting down Arcane Austin makes some sense because Redfall was hot dog shit, so that was like just another another pin in the cushion kind of deal of like, you guys have not been doing well lately, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But Tango works for Hi-Fi Rush. It made no sense, and it's the main reason why people just have a distaste and a distrust for Microsoft in the gaming world right now, because it's the scary thought of
Oh, we're getting invaded right there.
side. It's the scary thought of like, you could have a game that does exceedingly well, and then still just be like at the end of the day, oh, okay, by the way, we need to make some cuts, so fucking cut you down.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. That went way better than it should have. But
I enjoyed Cratching Rumble. Yeah, me too.
because we did just kind of gang spank him, but I'm kind of over fighting honorably unless someone else demonstrates that they want to fight honorably.
Yes.
Hey, look, it's a giant fucking eldritch horror.
Oh, lovely.
Uh-huh.
You got a new you got a new PC last year, like? Oh, yeah, I remember you saying actually you got a new PC.
Crap.
Yeah, I remember that. At least next to the gaming industry talk, I don't care for it at all. Yeah, but I understand you don't care for it, Jax, but it's quite serious stuff. So
Apologize, Jax. It's one of those things that it's becoming too much of an issue to just kind of brush
sweep under the
aside.
carpet, pretty much.
That's the problem. Is the more that we keep just pushing it aside and being like, we'll worry about that later. Like
The more the
lets
companies are
problem
going to be.
grow.
Yeah.
It's like any major issue in any setting, whether it be gaming, politics, like opinions, whatever it is. Like any major issue, if you just put it aside too long, the problem never gets solved.
No, just gets swept under the rug.
Exactly, it just festers.
I wonder if it was legal issues since they're quiet about it. Potentially.
I need to turn my fan up. Look at me once.
Okay, bye. I'm not watching anymore. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's fine with me.
Yeah, so I do apologize, Jackson. This is one of those things that's like big important stuff right now. But yeah, you're good. So
Okay.
I think we cleared this out before. So remember that stone sword key you got, right?
Yeah, I got like 5 of them.
Yeah, so if you want to use one here, you can. There's some items in here. There's a few of these things around this castle area. If you wanted to use some of those.
Oh, I have 3. I have 3.
We have 3? Okay. Hang on to at least 2 of them if you want to do the one that's back
Oh, at the
like,
start.
under the starting area. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'll use one here.
Yeah.
Why not? Wee. Oh, hello. What? Oh, I had to press A to dismiss the message. Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, the press A to dismiss message is really, really annoying.
I got an iron wet blade.
Yeah, it's
Wooden
unfortunately not like Dark
shield.
Souls where you can just keep swinging with crap on your screen.
Oh, a misery cord. That looks quite cool.
So that's all for this one. There's a couple more in here. I think actually, but by the time we're ready to take you down below the starting area, you'll probably have more keys. So if you just kind of want to use them as we come to stuff, like if you feel like you want to use them as we come to stuff that needs them, go for it. Just come to think of it, the stone sword keys are pretty plentiful, and there's more keys in a single playthrough than you can use in a single playthrough.
Ah, okay. So just use them as we come, then, basically.
Yeah, like if you wanted to. I doubt we're gonna go,
To every single,
all, but like we'll probably get most of them.
Yeah, and I doubt we'll go to like every single area that needs an imp or you know.
Yeah.
So I'm not FPSing good today. Oh no, Lycan chat. Are you up to much at the minute, Lycan? Or are you just chilling? Or?
So here's another one, and this one I think, if I remember,
Oh,
right,
wow.
leads to cookbook, which the cookbooks are your crafting recipes, basically.
Right. I got some fireproof dried liver.
so that boosts fire resistance. If you remember,
Okay.
like the bug pellets from Dorn.
Oh,
It's
right.
basically that. It's like boost your resistances. I think. If I
Yeah,
remember
gotcha,
correctly.
gotcha,
I
gotcha.
haven't used any of that shit in this game because I just always forget that those exist.
Fair.
Yeah, yeah, my fat ass broke the table.
Godskin Prayer Book
So yeah, that's one.
and a Godslayer's Seal.
So the Godslayer's Seal is an incantation catalyst. I'm gonna call it a miracle catalyst because faith-based stuff has always been miracles in Soulsborne. They call
Right.
it incantations in this one.
Mhm.
But it's your faith catalyst basically. And in fact, I think the Godslayer Seal is the one I use. No, I use the Golden Order Seal. Now that we're out here.
Oh, you're playing X Defiant. Ah, okay.
Okay, this is actually also kind of where we need to go. Hell yeah, I accidentally led you on the right path to get to everywhere else that we needed to go in this castle.
I mean, that is very, very... That's nice.
Yeah,
We love to see it.
Shit, did you... Okay, good, you got grabbed by it. Good.
Okay, yeah, I literally ran away from it.
Why?
Oh, you finished RE4 VR earlier? Nice. How did it go?
Dude, RE4 Remake VR is so good.
Yeah. Yeah, Lycan loves his Resident Evil.
Yeah. I mean, you know I love Resident Evil.
Yeah, so, you know.
But
Yeah.
I was gonna say that is one thing that I was like legitimately showing out recently for is they're talking about the new PSVR 2 being PC compatible, and
Ooh, nice.
as much as I despise them, like I will say the PSVR was a very comfortable VR headset. It was probably
I think
the best in the market at the time.
I think my brother's got the PSVR 2. He hasn't used it too much because I think like he has it for because he's got like Gran Turismo, so like he's got like a little like racing seat and whatnot. So
Dude, I bet Gran Turismo in a full like racing rig would be sick.
yeah, that'd be fucking awesome actually.
Proper VR racing rig,
Yeah.
dope as hell, man.
It went well. I was a bit rusty, but it's fun. At least you enjoyed it.
Yeah. That's the important thing, right? Is that you enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when I was playing with the old PSVR that I had, because my ex had a PS4, yeah, PS4. So she got the PS4 and I got the VR headset to go with it, so we could play like VR games and stuff. And I played through Resident Evil 7 in VR, and that was a fantastic experience.
I bet 7 VR was like horrifying.
Yeah. Dude,
Like, nah.
Like playing that thing on Madhouse in VR is what was terrifying. Playing it on regular, it was like, oh, okay, whatever. The enemies are like okay, but playing it on Madhouse, where the enemy locations were like essentially randomized.
Oh my god, like fuck that.
It was nightmare because you could round a corner and then suddenly
Surprise!
out of the wall or some shit. Or you round a corner and suddenly Jack's there kicking your face in. It's like, bro,
Okay then.
exactly. Or you just hear that like creepy laugh that Jack would do. That, and yes, he was like stomping through the house.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
gonna
that
get
shit's
you.
terrifying.
Yeah, fuck yeah. That
Oh,
I will
yeah,
say, RE7 was very was a nice return to roots.
Oh yeah, Ethan was like a little bitch of a protagonist.
Yeah.
But
I need to heal.
yeah, Ethan was very much a little bitch of a protagonist.
Whoop.
Man apparently was allergic to having hands, but still very funny game.
Ah, he's all right. He's a good egg.
I don't know, man. Village just made me hate Ethan even more because in Village, where he was just too stupid to figure out what was going on and spent the second half of the game like crying, I'm just like, bro.
Spent second half of the
Get me
game
out of this
crying.
shit. Like the gameplay's fine. Can I just like turn off Ethan, please? Like.
I mean, you're not wrong. You know.
I know, Kiara. Now that I'm live, none of the event spawns are gonna come out. Here, let me get us some region. So this is the path, Welshie. If you look at the map, this is the path I was talking about yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Long bridge side path. We can't go there now because it's technically like a solo only area.
Right.
But after we beat Godric the Gold, come back down here.
And
There
there'll
should
be
actually be, I think, a bonfire right there. So I might cut my finger so that you can go get that bonfire and just warp back here later.
okay.
Yeah. Because that way, after we beat Godric the Gold, you can just warp back to this bonfire and head up that tower to claim your rune.
Oh yeah, there is a bonfire here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have RE4 remake, RE8 VR, Arizona Sunshine 2, and mini golf on VR. Nice. Okay.
Arizona Sunshine seemed like a fun game. Graphically, it's not that like aesthetically pleasing, but it seemed like a pretty fun VR game to play.
Mm-hmm. Right, where do you want me to?
Anything really on Arizona Sunshine 2, but at least the first one was. Granted, the first one's kind of old now, but.
Right, which do you want me to? Which bonfire do you want me to go to?
Let's see. Let us see what this one is called. The Secluded Cell.
Yep. Okay.
Should be the last one we've got to do in here, and then we'll get our Godric fight.
Okay. Three. About 3 of those things left that I've got.
I did pick up some flowers
Mm.
off stream, so I might be able to give you some here.
Okay. You say you put your sign
I've got
down?
50 early flowers, so I've got enough for you to make 25 of those things.
Okay, nice. I'm at the of that though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, my sign is down, so if you don't see it, you might have to use another one.
Yep, no, it's just popped up now. Just took a minute, that's all.
Cool.
It just took a minute.
Before we go into the fight, I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry your mood's been dropped, Jax, because of what we've been talking about, but I don't really know what else to say.
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh no, I was just talking to Jax. Oh good.
Cool. Okay, so here, before we go in, so I don't think. So you should be able to see all of these, correct?
See, the messages?
No, like. So
Oh, the items. Yeah. I just picked them up.
Okay, so good. You can at least have those. Let me just see. I don't think this works, but let me just see if I can give you the full column. Alright. Do you see an item on the ground right here?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Damn, that sucks, because I've got 137 of these fucking things in my inventory, and I'm probably never going to use them. So.
That's all good. We should be fine.
But, I mean, I guess I'll need them for the DLC, but like, I don't know if you're gonna want to be in my version of the DLC because it's on New Game Plus 3. But
yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Probably not. Although I guess actually, technically speaking, with the what is it? The DLC scaling is supposed to help mitigate the difficulty as well as make it more challenging. Like depending on how you utilize the new stat scaling system and stuff, you could essentially avoid the stat scaling to make it more challenging, or you can like really ramp into the new stat scaling system to dumb the difficulty down a lot. From what people are saying. So maybe
that's cool.
Maybe on New Game Plus 3 you could keep up. Who knows?
Maybe.
All right. So ready when you are.
Okay. Let's go.
Let's not skip the cutscenes because this one's really cool actually.
I won't. Don't worry.
Most of the bosses have really cool cutscenes.
Mighty dragon.
Oh.
Thou art a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength,
Oh, was that the dragon from the picture? No.
What?
me unto
No, never mind.
greater heights.
So after this, I can explain Godric.
Right. Oh, Tarnished. I saw it on my head now.
Yeah. I am a little
Insurgent.
bummed that you had to skip the Morgan one, but
Yeah. It's fine.
You got most of it.
Yeah.
Skipped it, so.
Fucking hell. Look, you can get these hands. Take another whole new
Yeah,
level.
so he's grafted.
The
One of the best fucking lines
yeah.
in this game, dude.
He's got how many hands? One, like 6 pairs of hands. Holy shit.
So Godric the Gold, right? He, after Marika fractured the Elden Ring, he and the other demigods were like fighting for power once Marika was imprisoned inside the Erd Tree for fracturing the Elden Ring.
Okay.
And while the other demigods were all fighting for power, Godric kind of got his ass spanked and ran away like a coward because he was too weak. He
Right.
fled to Stormvale Castle and started grafting other like soldiers and warriors.
Oh,
to
that's
himself
oh,
to
so he's the spider,
power.
sort of to a degree.
Yeah. What?
Wait, oh no, that was a different person, wasn't it? When that woman was talking about the spider in the castle.
Yeah. So the spider was basically the same thing. Like it's still all part of the grafting process. Godric just started it, but
Right, so he was the
Godric
originator,
grafted,
sort of
like,
thing.
Warriors and stuff to himself in an
Yeah.
attempt to gain their power, because he was too weak on his own to do anything. So he
Right.
thought, you know, if he could just absorb the power of everyone else, that it would make him stronger and worthy.
Yeah, so like,
Proper god.
yeah, more soldiers' power, then he'd like say ascend closer to godhood.
Yep. Now watch how grody this is. This is kind of gross.
Well, I know he's just cut one of his arms off.
Yeah, one of his many arms, but
Yeah.
watch.
Lend me thy strength.
Is he going to become the dragon? Oh, he's just going to... What the fuck?
He's grafting to the dragon
Oh.
now.
Oh. Huh. Neat. And it's alive now. Of course it's alive.
Because it's part of it.
Yes. Holy shit.
Tell I've played this game too much.
Yeah. You're laughing there, and there's me like,
Go so hard in this game, man. They're so good.
yeah, they are. Yeah, I will not lie. Like the boss lines and dialogue is
Yeah.
exceptional.
Hey, ow, that hurt. Do not do that.
Ow. I am not doing much damage, huh?
Busy for a second. Let's keep it sit, like, right here. There we go. Well, that'll get him rotted, so now he's just kind of slowly ticking, and as long as we can.
Ow.
Careful.
This is fine. I'm fine. Whoa! Okay, I'm not fine.
Tilt-a-whirl.
Yeah, nice. Let's go.
He usually does this thing where he like kicks up a storm that's like imbued with fire, and then he like twirls around and just throws hurling like flaming wind at you. And it's
Lovely.
really cool, but it's really annoying.
Yeah,
It's
I can.
cool. Okay, so now that that's over though, come here real
Ooh,
quick before I
Godric's
play
Great Rune.
there.
Nice. Let's go.
Over in this spot right here where I'm standing,
Mm-hmm.
you rest at the bonfire, come look right over here, and you'll see the actual form of Godric the Gold, what's left of his like actual physical form. And you can see just how like puny and weak he actually is underneath all of that.
Got you.
mess.
Oh, it's just popped up now. Great runes. The great runes you receive by defeating shard bearers have lost their beneficial power. However, their powers can be restored at divine towers throughout the lands between. See the description of each great rune to discover which divine tower you should visit. There we go. Nice. I got remembrance of the grafted.
So remembrances are basically like your boss souls. They're how you make. The
Oh, right. A bit like Dark Souls 3, where you can make like either an item or a weapon or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, there's a bonfire here. So that's just.
Yeah. So once you rest, if you go back to that spot that I showed you, should have a couple messages on the ground for you to kind of pinpoint where it's at.
Yeah, I
You'll
think I
see-
saw.
You'll
Something.
see like Godric's actual corpse sitting there on the ground, and you'll see just how small he was under all of that flesh that he had grafted to himself.
Okay.
Basically, all of the corpses and flesh that he stole from
Hmm.
other people and
I
warriors trying
can't
to
see
better himself.
him. I'm stood where, roughly where.
You might have to warp out and back as well.
Ah, okay.
It could be more than just a rest. It could just be like a warp out and
Or
back.
pass the time, maybe. If I pass the time, will that help?
Maybe it might do it. I don't remember if passing time actually does it. So
What time is it? What is it currently? Early day. Okay, so let's just pass time till late day, I
speaking of
guess.
passing time, though, there is a couple things we can do that, like there are some bosses that only come out during the day and some bosses that only come out at night.
Hmm.
So there are some things we can do with that I think are pretty cool. Like I kind of want to go introduce you to one of the first nighttime bosses. Just
Oh,
so
yep.
kinda,
Wait. Yeah. He's appeared.
yeah,
Oh, wow. There is literally nothing of him.
yeah. He's literally just teeny tiny little puny man.
Yeah, it's just his helmet, his head, and then like a bit of his body.
Yeah, I think it's his crown, which I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, he stole.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like his crown.
His
Yeah.
what little bit is left of his robes,
Hmm.
and then
The rest of it looks like just like clay.
huh?
The rest of his body just looks like clay.
Because it's all like twisted, mangled flesh. It's
Ah.
supposed to look kind of almost like burn,
Yeah.
like burned skin or something,
Yeah, because it's
or
not
like
really his
dissolved
own.
skin, kind of. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, couple things. One, you should go back to that tower to get your rune, because then once you activate his rune, you can pop a rune arc, much like you did Embers back in Dark Souls 3, and it'll give you that +5 cushion to all of your stats. So
Yeah.
that's just a good thing to have always.
Mhm.
And then two, after you do that, we can go back and fight a nighttime boss, so you can see what they're like.
Cool. No worries. I've just traveled to that bonfire now, so I'm on my way.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And then I'll meet you at the next bonfire we're gonna go to.
Ooh,
fight the,
Bolt Drake talisman. Ooh, that sounds great.
I'll meet
Is
you at
that-
the next bonfire that we're gonna fight the nighttime boss in?
Oh, boosts lightning damage negation.
Yeah, so it's good against things that use lightning.
Well, I can raise
the main
vitality.
things that use lightning in this game are gonna be like dragons and a couple of the human bosses, like main human bosses.
Wait, I got an item, like a talisman. It's called the Prince of Death's Pustule.
And what does it say?
Raises vitality.
I mean, if you wanted to put it on, it raises vitality. I think that just boosts your max health, if I remember right.
Okay. Cool. I mean, I had a spare slot, so I was like, eh.
Yeah, I have the Prince of Death's Pustule and Prince of Death's Cysts.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got Prince of Death's Pustule, and then the other one is the jump attack. Damage boost. Oh, that's a big boy.
Wait, no, that's not... What is that? That's not max health. Vitality is...
Is vitality like stamina?
Oh, Vitality is resistances and buildup of Death Rot.
Oh, okay. Do I just
Yeah,
run
so-
past these giant things?
Oh, hey, that's an Entei. Hold on, that's a legendary spawn. Hang on. Hey, everybody over here, that's an Entei. Wake up, everyone.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oops, go in with a cloak. Tips and Doritos, yes, Kieran. Dorito cat.
Ow!
Stay in. Yes, exactly. Stay in the damn ball. Kiarda, if you get a clone ball Entei here, I yes, please. Fuck me, I don't even know what I want.
Nice.
I have to kill that.
Oh, did I just kill it?
I use Doritos as poke bait.
No, I didn't kill it.
Right? What
Oh,
cat
no.
doesn't love for Doritos?
Oh, fucking hell, okay.
Are you just fighting your way up the tower now?
Yeah, I'm fighting like massive giants. One of them's got a bow, and is
Yeah.
in
You
an.
can fight them or you can run past them. It really doesn't matter. make
Like,
it
well, the guy with the bow is inadvertently helping me out because it's giving me critical hits to the other enemies.
Yeah, he knocks down the other giants.
Yeah.
If you get him to like shoot the legs.
That's what he's doing at the minute.
Yep.
Oh.
Exactly. Also, my fucking sprite is super screwed up. What is happening?
Do you think he stopped at arm grafting? Oh, Godric. Maybe. Probably not, though.
I'm gonna...
I'm thinking of the mad scientist in South Park.
I'm gonna say that Entei looked an awful lot like a stupid ass snake. So.
Well,
Hopefully that should have fixed the sprite now, because I just realized that my sprite was screwed up with that. But hopefully that should have fixed the sprite. If it didn't, then I'll have to go mess with it. Okay, so yeah, once you make it to the top of the tower, though, you just claim more room in the very top, and from there you can warp to the bonfire that I'm at. Yeah.
is it just these enemies I gotta deal with? Or is there more?
Pretty much, yeah. Once you get to the actual, like, tower part, there's nothing in the tower except an elevator.
Okay.
There's only, I think, one tower in the game that actually has enemies in it.
I'm just checking because I don't want to try not to die.
If you can make it past the giants, you're fine.
Oh, is he just gone through the floor? Okay, I think he's just gone through the floor. He sunk through the floor and then I just killed it. So, right, alright. So I got one archer left to go. Oh god, it's open space.
The archer giants are usually pretty easy because all you have to do is just kind of keep blocking, like when they draw their bow back, and then
just
make
run.
sure you like roll around their feet when they go to actually fire, so that they don't hit you. Because it's not like older Soulsborne games where they like swap weapons or anything when you get close, like the black
Okay.
or anything. The giants with the bows will always have bows. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
and they're gonna try to shoot you. They're gonna exclusively try to shoot you.
Please don't draw your bow back.
Till nightfall.
He's stomping. He's stomping. Oh, this is... Ow. No, he did. Oh, there's a little portal at the end of the bridge.
Yes, touch the portal.
Examine. Travel to another location? Yes, please.
Yes. It's to most of the what you call it? Most of the towers and stuff anyway.
Gotcha. Okay, Stormhill. The big old door.
Climb to the top of the tower. Like I said, I think it's just an elevator right up for that one. Once you get to the top, just
Oh, there's messages saying if you don't have the right, seeketh the right lord or something, it says.
yeah, because you have to beat the boss before you can claim the room. Otherwise, it doesn't let you open the door.
Gotcha. Oh, wow, this is cool. Huh. Likely.
Flowers while I'm waiting for you.
Likely something. Oh, there's a little shrine at the back. That's quite cool. Just touch these. And up we go. Whee. Oh my god, it's... just whenever I just spin the character around and just see his face. Whenever I spin the camera and I see my character's face, I just like laugh.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, what have I done?
Yeah, I just remember like, oh yeah, that was the character creation. Okay, we're at the top. I think.
You should see a giant pair of dead fingers at the top.
Oh, there's a bonfire here.
Yeah, there's probably a bonfire up there too.
Praise the Elden Ring. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm just sprinting up the stairs.
Yeah, so the lore behind it all is basically when the Elden Ring was fractured by
Mhm.
Queen Marika,
Mm-hmm.
she was imprisoned in the Eld Tree or in the Erd Tree for the blasphemy that she committed.
Yes.
But then all of her children claimed the pieces of the Elden Ring. For
That.
each piece was an individual rune of power of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And in their everlasting fight for power, as you know, gods and demigods do, all of America's children fought with each other, and essentially the lands between paid for it.
Godric's Great Rune. Got it.
Yep, there you go. Cool. So now, whenever you use a rune arc, you'll notice like your health and stamina go up a little bit, and all of your main stats, like your vigor, your endurance, strength, all that stuff, all of them are going to get a nice +5 cushion.
Right. So with that Great Rune, is it just something like I use?
No, so the Great Rune you equip at a bonfire, and then whenever you use a rune arc item, it activates the Great Rune.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
think
the
I know what you
rune
mean.
arcs are like this game's versions of the Embers. If you remember the Embers from Dark Souls 3.
Oh, that
Rune
makes
arcs are basically
yeah.
this game's version of Embers, and if you use a rune arc, it procs the Great Rune until your next death.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if you need rune arcs, I think I can give you some as well. I have a shitload.
Will they be in inventory or equipment?
Yeah, they'll be right under your flasks in the main inventory. You can equip them under equipment to your hot items, or you can just like use them individually from your inventory screen.
Okay, so you said they're underneath the flasks, right?
Yeah, directly below your flasks at the top of your inventory.
Okay, I don't think I've got one, to be honest. Has there been an asshole? We had one invader, but we like instantly killed it before we could like do anything.
He spawned in a corner and got bled to death.
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah. Like spawned right next to us, so I just went fuck this and I just ran at him.
Exactly, same. I was just like, yeah, no, we're not doing this shit again.
Yeah, please no.
We're not doing this fucking shit again, especially not down in this goddamn hole. Also, kitty. Blah, 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 blah.
Right. Let me. So let's. I'll.
Exactly. Katai.
Which one do you want me to fast travel to?
So I am currently sitting at Agheel Lake North.
Where? What the? Oh, right there. Okay.
Yes, it's basically by that little
Yeah.
site that we where you first met Melina.
Yeah. I'm here now. What I might do as well, actually, I might just level up quickly.
Go for it. Yeah. If you have the runes, make sure you're leveling up, because then you're spending them so you don't lose as much, as well as you're maintaining your constant level ups that the game expects you to be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Because one thing about Dark Souls, like Dark Souls 3 to this one, Dark Souls 3 to this one, is Dark Souls 3 had like kind of a little bit of a cushion where it was like you could level up faster, or you could spend your runes on some other stuff. This game pretty much always expects you to be spending your runes on level ups, and then if you need other stuff, it expects you to go grind out extra runes to buy other stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
Crafting recipes and other items and stuff you may need. It
Mm-hmm.
expects you to be primarily spending your runes on level ups so that you can keep up with the game's ramping difficulty curve.
Okay. Right, I've got my strength and dexterity to 20 now from 18, so I've managed to level up 4 times. Okay. So the next thing now is endurance. No, it's 17.
Okay, I would say get endurance to 20 and then just keep pumping like strength and dexterity after that to get some more damage. And then if there comes a time where you feel like you need a bigger health bar, maybe get your vigor to 30.
Cool. Sounds like a plan.
My sign is down for you. We're ready when you are.
Okay.
Just make sure it's nighttime before you summon me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pass time until nightfall.
Do that real quick then. Oh, the needle thing moved like an inch, and it was like, there we go.
That's how mine was too. It was almost nighttime when I did it.
Typical. Oh, I just noticed now when you rest, it says Great Runes.
Yes. So now that you have one, you can manage it there. Just make sure you equip Godric's Great Rune as well while you're there.
Yeah. So raises all attributes. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
That. Can I add charge to flasks? No, I think I need another extra.
Yeah.
I need a sacred tier next. Okay.
Well, so sacred tiers are different. Basically, if you remember in Dark Souls 3, I'm going to keep making comparisons to Dark Souls 3 just because I assume you would know the reference in Dark Souls 3.
Mhm.
If you remember in Dark Souls 3, there were the Estus shards and then the bone shards,
Mhm.
and you would use an Estus shard to get more charges, but a bone shard to increase the potency.
Yeah, it increases the potency. Yeah.
Yes. Sacred tiers are your bone shards. They
Gotcha.
increase the potency of each flask, whereas the
Thank you, Kitty, for the
seeds,
big
the golden
emote.
seeds are what actually give you more charges.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you, Kitty, for the 30 bits and the big.
Exactly. She did the same thing to me. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, there's
All right,
okay.
so we're
Ad
at
break.
nightfall right now, correct?
Yes, I believe so. There are ads running at the moment. Apologies.
No, you're fine. I just don't want to wait too long because once it comes daybreak, the boss despawns.
Oh, fine. I'll probably
We
take.
can at least walk over there for now, and then by the time we get over there, your ads will probably be done.
Yeah, I was about to say we may as well just make our way there anyway.
First, though, come over here.
Oh, is this the guy with the freaking who's invisible?
He's not invisible. He's a tree.
Ah,
He's right here. He's this tree, actually.
Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you,
You gotta
can't see
smack the
me.
tree.
I smack the tree. Ah,
What'd you go and do that for?
Now you can talk to him.
hey.
He makes clothes for you, so like if you do his quest properly and give him like a sewing kit or something, if you find one later,
Yeah.
he like makes clothes and stuff for you.
Weren't you?
Oh no.
Thank you.
So
The name's Bok.
oh, there we go. Now it's actually like properly setting into nightfall.
Told not
So
to.
look up once you're done talking to him. Look up at the Erd tree at night.
Okay.
Oh well, fuck
Lucky
off.
you came along, really. Oh, what a shame.
What a shame.
When they came out of the cave,
I just noticed we've been invaded, aren't we?
Yeah, that's
so
why I
this
said
is all
fuck
I
off,
have
dude.
to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me.
Oh. Oh, you just give me a mushroom.
Yeah, cool.
Or if you can
Get angry with the
afford
wettest
to wait
Fayfox
for
on the
a
internet.
while,
What up, Fayfox?
could
And no.
sneak back into the cave and
No,
bring back
no,
something
no.
of
Oh, so you want me to wait and you can sneak back into the cave?
be of some real use to you, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't remember
So I.
how exactly to do his quest line.
I'll need a moment.
I'm just
I'll
trying to
need a
see
moment.
The invaders coming up on us, by the way.
One
So
more.
Okay, he said he needs a moment anyway, so that's fine. We're good. We're good. Oh, there he is. He's waving. I'll just stand over here for a minute. I. Oh, is he going? Oh, he's going. Oh. Okay.
but
I have no words. Oh, he's taking care of the cattle.
trying to kill a ram. Okay, well, hey, maybe he'll be like.
Like the last guy. I'll let you do your thing and just scream or something if you need me. He dead. He dead.
I have a very large amount of bleed on these.
Gotcha.
I have a very large amount of bleed on these. Oh, hey, that's an A tier. Hold on, that's a dragon. Babe, it's a dragon.
Oh, arterial leaf. Nice. A Dracloak?
Yeah.
It's an invisible dragon?
Dracloak is what evolves into Dragapult from Gen 8, so Sword and Shield.
Oh.
Yeah. Dragapult is a really cool Pokemon. It's got a golden head for a shiny, but its head is literally like a fucking stealth bomber, and Dragapult shoots its babies out of its head.
Oh,
Like
that-
fucking rockets.
that sounds
really funny.
interesting.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Okay, right.
Okay, so since it's nighttime, though, you see the big scary horseman on the bridge now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's where we're going. We're
Okay.
gonna deal with him.
Oh, look at that Erd tree. Wow. Whoa!
No, look up at
Oh,
the big Erd tree. That's what I was saying. Look up at the
oh
big
my,
Erd tree.
oh my god.
Exactly. The real Erd tree, not the sprouts.
That's like fucking... Someone's just turned a light on.
I need to evo a drag cloak into a pult. I had a pult, but Wonder traded it for a weekly.
Yep, that's right.
Very curious.
Thank you for the
But yeah,
verification, James.
this is who we're here to deal with.
Oh, Knight's
Big
Cavalry.
Sweet Knight Huntsman. Knight's Cavalry.
This is like the knight version of the other guy on a horse at the start?
Kind of. These dudes tend to use like ghost flame magic sometimes, though.
Oh.
They're basically like the Lich Riders from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. I see. Ow. I'm not doing much
You can
damage.
also kill his horse to knock him off of it, get some good damage in on him when he like hits the ground and stuff.
Okay.
So
Ah, maybe that's... I did not roll. At all.
I'm
Okay.
bleeding the horse pretty well. I'm not getting too much into him, but I'm at least bleeding the horse, so...
Maybe I'm damaging the horse more than him. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, watch out.
Well, yep, I saw it. I saw
Here we
it.
go. Got him. Kick his ass.
Oh.
Kick his ass while he's on the ground. Okay, now back up because he's gonna swing hard. Yeah. And
He did.
then get his ass. Alright, well, it's gonna kick me because every time you beat a boss, it boots other players, so...
Oh, repeating thrust.
Okay.
That's I got. I
David, no! But
got-
yeah, you caught it. You got it.
I got an Ash of War.
Yeah. Alright, if you want to go back to that bonfire you just summoned me at, you can summon me again.
I will run my way back then.
Well, actually, hold on. Not that one. Go back to the Church of Illa.
I beg your pardon.
The Church of Ella.
The church.
It's like the
Ugh.
first church bonfire you went to that has the merchant in it.
Oh, the.
We can go beat up the tree sentinel as well.
Mhm.
And then you can summon me again from this church so that you can...
Oh.
What you call it?
Oh, Rani the Witch is here.
Yes, talk to her. She gives you your spirit collar bell so that if you want to use spirit ashes whenever you're playing solo,
She is.
and
the witch Renna.
also
Yeah.
Ronnie the Witch is wife.
She's hot. She's hot.
Yeah, she's waifu.
Hmm.
Party wife.
I like the blue hair.
Thou
Yeah.
art possessed of the power, no?
Ronnie's story is actually really, really cool as well. Like her entire lore to this.
Yeah, I can
She's
call the Spectral
also-
Seed.
She's also a demigod, but
As I
she
had hoped.
despises her
I was entrusted
lineage,
this for
basically.
thee.
Oh, so
So-
she like she shuns it, sort of thing.
Yeah, in an attempt to bring destined death back to the world, she,
Ah.
what you call it? She actually kills her physical body. She's
Oh wow.
she well the way it happens, right? I'm trying to put this in
The spirits will
like
be
layman's
thy
terms so that
companion.
I'm not giving you the Harry Potter
As
book
they
of lore.
recall battle
Yeah, yeah.
paths,
Mhm.
But basically,
Now
she
'tis
recruits
thine
the Black
to do
Knights.
as
So if
thou
you remember that
wishest.
scene at the beginning where you said like that looked really gruesome and grody, the dude that was getting stabbed in the back with a knife,
Oh yeah, yeah.
that was the Black Knife assassin group.
Right.
And they were recruited by Ronnie the Witch to kill Godwin the Gold there.
Hmm.
But at the very same time, Ronnie had them kill her physical body as well, and Godwin, instead of dying both body and soul, only his soul perished. And in this act of like killing
Oh,
his
shit.
soul and her body at the same time, it created some basically like a paradox that
Oh, okay.
brought,
It like
it
disrupted the
started
time
to bring
continuum.
death back to the world, and it
Forgive
introduced
mine intrusion,
because
Tarnished.
Godwin's
I doubt
soul
we
was
shall
dead,
again
but not
meet.
his body. His body
But all the
started
same,
to
learn well
grow
the
and
lands
manifest deathroot
between.
in
Yeah.
itself.
I wonder.
Ah, so yeah, and then
that
something-
was Ronnie's attempt to bring death back to the world.
Gotcha.
And that's where Fia comes in, because Fia is hoping to basically put Godwin to rest finally, since his soul is dead but his body can never rest.
Yeah, was
Fia
that
wants to put
the?
Godwin to rest, and so she has become a deathbed companion.
Okay, yeah.
And her quest is about trying to put Godwin to rest finally.
Gotcha. I couldn't remember exactly. I was like, fear. I'm like, I remember it from somewhere,
The
but
one that gives you hugs.
yes, I remember now. Well, as soon as you said deathbed thing, I was like, yeah, I know now.
Yep. Yeah. So the Ronnie and Fia are somewhat intertwined, but not really.
Right.
There's a couple things that you have to do to like get at the ends of both of their quest lines that are like the same thing triggers both of their quest lines.
Mhm.
But other than that, it's like for the most part their quests are individual and they lead to different endings. Fia leads to if I remember right, one of the Elden Lord endings, like the regular Elden Lord
Mhm.
endings, and then Ronnie has her own ending that's the Age of Stars, if I remember correctly.
Right. Right.
But
Oh wow.
but yeah, so once you talk to Ronnie and got all her stuff, talk to Kale over here, the merchant, and make sure you can actually buy some finger remedies from him if you have extra souls,
Yes.
as well as make sure you buy like any of the crafting recipes he has.
All the cookbooks and stuff.
Yep.
Okay,
And
that's
then
fine.
you should be able to summon me after that.
Okay.
And if you need to, like, sell some of your rune items to be able to afford all that stuff, because coming back to the merchant, it's
Well-
not something that we're going to remember to do often, but it is something that, like, we will actually need to do
Gotcha. So
periodically so that you can buy, like, your cookbooks and stuff.
yeah. So like, should I sell like my throwing knives and stuff?
I mean, if you're not using them, you can, but other than that, I would sell just, like, the golden runes and stuff, and then we're going to go beat up the tree sentinel that's right out here, so that should give you some runes as well to buy some stuff, so...
Oh, like the golden ones. I just use them and like leveling
Oh,
up
you
and
used
stuff.
all of them already?
Yeah, I've used mine. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah,
All
you get some
I've
runes
all I've got is
from
like
the
leaves and
stuff.
stuff and like magic grease and stuff like that.
Yeah, if it's stuff... Well, I would keep the greases just in case you need to buff one of your weapons at any time.
I do need if I can get one more smithing stone, I can upgrade. Because I've upgraded. I can upgrade both of my swords. Will be +2.
Okay. So then maybe because what I kind of wanted to do next as well after beating up this tree sentinel is head down to Agheel Lake and beat up the dragon, and then
Right.
after that go into the tunnel that we tried to go to yesterday when that invader was following us.
Gotcha.
Because
So
that tunnel has a shitload of smithing stones in it, and that'll give you a good bump
Right.
to your weapon.
should I upgrade the rotten crystal sword that you gave me?
If you want, I think that one takes sombering stones.
I got
so
one.
If you have the sombering stones, go for it.
Okay.
If-
I need
if you
I
want
need
to use
15
it-
intelligence though to be able to wield it.
You need what?
I need 15 intelligence.
15? Like
Yes.
1-5?
1-5. Yes.
What is your intelligence at currently?
I can tell you. 9.
9. Okay. Technically speaking, if you level up your intelligence one more time and then use a rune arc, you'd have enough intelligence to wield it.
Hmm.
Because that you would have that +5. For
That
the-
that +5. Yeah.
That means though that you would only be able to use it while you have a rune arc active. But I mean, 6 levels into intelligence would not be a bad thing to use that just to be able to use that sword properly. Because that is a decent sword. That having that rot buildup on that sword
Yeah.
is really gross.
Yeah. No, that's fair. But you know, that's I just yeah. Oh, actually, wait. Oh, I can level it up again. Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. I just level the crystal sword. I just leveled it up twice.
Oh, nice.
So, but yeah, if I can get, oh yeah, what's this misery cord I picked up? That was quite a cool sword.
What does it say?
It's a dagger. Oh, it's a dagger.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about.
We got it from one of the the key sword key rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
I
alright.
don't think I have it on me anymore.
But yeah, weathered straight sword, long sword. But yeah. Now that rotten crystal sword looks real nice.
Yeah. Just I gave it to you primarily because of the fact that it has that rot buildup.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a straight sword technically, so you can properly dual wield it with the other sword that you're already using. So that way, if you wanted to use more than just the 2 basic swords you're using, you could use.
Yeah, I can use one of the basic ones and then the crystal swords. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then once you start talking to the blacksmith at Round Table about like changing your weapon arts, you can add like different elements to your basic sword that you have.
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. Like a bit like in Dark Souls 3, where you could add like different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only in this one, instead of being tied to like certain types of Titanite or whatever,
Yeah.
like it was in Dark Souls 3, agree. In this one, it's literally just when you go to add a new weapon art to
Yeah.
the weapon, you
Mhm.
can select a different element from the weapon art based on what the weapon art is. So
Ah,
like
okay.
different weapon arts can apply like bleed or ice or
Yeah.
fire or magic or
Mhm.
whatever. So
All right. Okay. Fuck yes. You get like play the game, Jax? Let me use my thing real quick. Did you put your sign down in the church? Yeah, correct?
yes,
Okay.
it is right next to the bonfire for you.
Cool. Ah, yeah. Found it. You're fucking jazzed. Ooh, that's a new one. Oh, new women's tag champs. Oh, is it on Alba Fire? Hell yeah. Aren't they Scottish? Am I mistaken? Well, one of them is, isn't there? One of them is, I think, maybe. But yeah, I think so endurance and intelligence is probably what I'm going to start focusing on for a little bit.
So yeah, if you get endurance to 20, that'll give you a good bit of stamina for a little while, and
Yeah.
then if you get your intelligence up, you can use the crystal sword.
Yeah, I'll probably try and get it to 15 anyway.
Before we trigger that guy.
Yeah.
Um,
You gonna start coughing again?
no.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave these. Can you pick those up? Do you see anything here?
No.
No? Shit, that's not good.
Oh,
Oh.
we've just been invaded.
Damn it.
Never ending story. Oh, there he is. He's doing something. I don't know what he's doing, but he's
I don't know. I'm just trying to pick up flowers right now.
Hey!
you're like
Hey!
You're like-
I don't have the wave on. I'm sorry.
you're like
I
What?
probably should put the wave on. But
yeah. I don't think I have it. Oh, they're both Scottish. Nice. Oh, he's doing his.
He's chugging a bunch of shit.
Oh, right. Okay. Shall I just stand or hold or?
He didn't bow, so we'll see. We'll see
Okay.
if he plays like a douche. Let me try to 1v1 him, and then we'll see how it goes.
I'm crouched in a bush, so.
He parried me.
Oh,
Ouchies.
ow, ouchies. Do you want help?
No.
Now the music's intensified. Oh, nice. You both went for jump attacks. That was nice. Oh, he loves to parry, doesn't he? Oh, fuck. He fucking yeeted himself. God damn. Yeah, I've noticed he's like when he
I can put stuff on too, bud.
when he puts his shield out.
How did that?
Yeah, how did that hit? He was like facing backwards and then just spun around. Like, okay. Oh, wow. That was a lot of damage he just took. Okay, nice.
Yep.
GG.
And then
T-post for dominance. Nice. Was the Cody AJ match good, Jax? Oh,
Alright.
oh, there's his.
I like how he just stops moving. The fucking sentinel's just like, hey,
It's like, oh
I
yeah.
see you over there.
He's like, oh yeah, you're doing your thing. Okay, let me just I'll let you do your thing a minute. Just hold on.
Now remember, this is like the first boss. So
I know.
it'd be super easy. See, look at how much health that already did.
Yeah, his like that attack you just did literally just like took out like a tenth of his health.
Yeah, like 15% of his health there.
Ow. And honestly, it is quite nice. I feel like I'm seeing the improvements already of the improved weapon.
Yeah,
upgrade.
like upgrading the weapon and the damage,
Yeah.
your stats and stuff as well. Oh, stop it!
Whoa. Hey, don't break that church. That's a sacred place. You dick. Okay, that wasn't very nice.
Don't die.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
I just said, don't die.
I literally went to heal and then yeah.
I couldn't finish it before he... Okay, there we go. It's
Nice.
not gonna count though. It's not gonna count. Hey, good
My
luck on the catches, everybody. That's a hound hour.
first playthrough, his weapon was my main for the rest of the game. Was it really? Like, damn.
The weapon that I'm using, yes. Eleonora's pole blade was one of the fan favorites until they nerfed the shit out of it.
It might, or do you mean the tree sentinel weapon? I like him. Is that what you mean? Like the axe? Like, I'm guessing you get like the
The
axe.
halberd that the tree sentinel has is pretty good. Sweats.
That gold that gold lance
right
was.
there with you. I need 13 or 14 as well.
The gold lance from the tree sentinel. Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Yes, the tree sentinel's halberd is also a fan favorite. It wasn't one of the meta weapons, but it is a very big fan favorite.
All right, I'll use my thing again. All right, I'll
I
try.
actually have 3 of those. The golden halberd.
I'll try not to like get stun locked into a corner and get trampled on this time.
I don't know why. I'm surprised. He actually didn't draw aggro to me at all. Like,
Yeah, he literally just trampled me, and I was like, oh, okay.
Around and fucked off. Like, I don't know what happened there. I couldn't get his attention at all.
I was just
Just
swinging.
throwing fire at him and
I
sucking
was-
his health out of him.
Yeah, I was swinging my sword, and you're there just like throwing death fire at him, and he's just like, eh.
Exactly. You're just like, poke, 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 and meanwhile I'm fucking dancing, summoning fire, like.
He's like, yeah, you're an inconvenience. I don't need to worry about you.
Exactly. He's like, whatever. It's like the Black Knight. 'Tis but a scratch.
Yeah, 'tis but a scratch.
Exactly.
But you can't even move. I can still fight.
Yeah. Come here, I'll bite your ankles off.
That's so iconic.
I love that fucking I can't watch it anymore because that opening just hurts my eyes and my brain so much. It, like, the flickering and everything is so much for me that, like, it physically gives me, like, migraines.
Oh. Okay.
9 more for Kasumi and Amalot. Nice.
Whoa. Oh God, leave me alone. Oh fuck it. Okay, I didn't realize he had that much reach. Jesus.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of reach. Ow. He just broke my bubble. How dare you.
Okay, he nearly did. Oh, okay. I just get wiped out. Nice.
There we go. He dead.
He did. Woo. Now I use the Darth Maul blade a lot. Nice. Yeah.
The Darth Maul blade is what I have. It's
He's
what I'm
yeah.
using
Ben
for-
literally has 2 of them.
Yes. I am double Maul.
Double. Yeah. Marth Maul, Darth Maul. Marth Maul, Darth Maul.
Marth Doll Maul Doll Maul.
Yeah.
Darth.
The third.
Exactly.
Senior.
Junior.
I am Darth Maul, the third senior.
I am Darth
First of his name.
Marth Doll Maul Doll Junior. The third.
First of his name.
Exactly. First of his name. Then how are you the third? Because.
Are you questioning my name? Are you questioning my lineage?
You questioning me?
It's like, I read it. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Question my authority.
That reminds me of South Park.
That sign's back down at the bonfire in the church, so.
Cool. Sir, can you get out the car, please?
What'd you say?
That's a referencing Cartman when he's a police officer. Sir, can you get the car, please? Respect my authority. Just fucking beating the shit out of somebody. Oh man.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, there was someone came into like one of the people that I mod for. He's another PCG streamer.
Yeah.
Someone came into his chat the other day and was like, "Hey, do you know what Chimpokemon is?" And
Oh.
like, I have no clue what the hell you're talking about. Instantly, I was like, yes, a South Park fan. So I explained to him, I was like, yeah, that's the South Park knockoff of
Yeah.
Pokemon. And the dude that came in and asked was just sad because he was, I guess, trying to troll or something.
Yeah, he was like,
And I was like, yeah,
"Aw."
that's just that cheap knockoff shit from South Park.
Yeah. Like, oh, you
And
stole my
I was
moment.
Like, what? I've seen every season of South Park. Like, fucking, what do you want from me?
Do you think I'm gonna let that slide?
Exactly.
Oh, I just slid down.
Oh, you fell? Okay, cool.
That's fine.
I was trying to just go the safer way, but if you're down, you're all right.
I literally slid down a 90-degree
Yeah, so you
cliff
take the damage.
and didn't take any damage.
Okay,
No.
so remember how I said avoid that fire over there?
Oh yeah, we're gonna run for it. Yeah, we're fighting dragon
Yeah,
time.
we're gonna go touch the fire.
Yeah.
Here, hold on. Before we do,
I remember doing this when I played this on my own on PlayStation.
yeah, this dragon is probably the easiest of the dragons to fight, not counting the big, easy, like free one that we're gonna get to when we get to the rock plains.
Oh, is it like a Dark Souls 3 style dragon where like I jumped and missed the attack? That one time?
Almost.
Almost.
It's almost that free. It's
Okay.
actually more
Oh.
free, honestly, because it literally just lies there and doesn't do anything.
Nice.
This dragon, however, is Agil, and he's angry.
Oh, ow.
This is his leg, and he's angry.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of fire. That's a lot of fire.
Yeah. I don't know why the hell he's dancing around over there.
Flying Dragon Akil. So this is what happens to Spyro when he does not save the world. Okay,
This
got
is
it.
what Spyro looks like when he's hungry.
Yeah.
This hangry Spyro.
This is Spyro before a bar of Snickers. Okay.
Before what?
A bar of Snickers.
Yeah.
There's a
That, it's way wider than I thought it would.
Have you heard of a bar of Snickers? Bar of Snickers? Oh no.
I have not. I also
Okay.
can't really hear what you're saying because the game is so loud. This part. Dealing with this, so
That's fair. I'll explain once we've finished.
I'm just trying to cut his feet off.
Oh, you're done. You're done. Ow! Don't get back yet. Oh, never mind. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Eh.
No, don't fly off.
He's not. He's gonna stomp.
Do the stomped. Can I hit? Oh, there we go.
Fuck you, Agnew. I chop your toes to death.
Great enemy
Your
felled.
one weakness: toe cutting.
Yeah. Not stairs. No.
Okay, so
Sorry.
go this direction before I vanish. Quickly go this way and head into the cave that's tucked into the corner of the rocks over there.
Okay.
You in that cave.
Yeah. I know the cave. Okay. I'm running. I probably could use
You can
torrent.
ride your pony until you get to the door, at least.
Yeah, I say I could probably just use torrent at this point. But yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if
Oh,
I
no.
Agnew in my game.
I just. Right. Savage! You give the raid, dude. Sorry, I just got raided.
If I haven't fought
I can't hear you right now because alerts are going really red at me.
Oh, I have not fought Agnew. Make me fight the dragon. Just kill him.
I can help you fight the dragon.
Let's head to that cave first, because I want you to
Yeah, that sounds good. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bam. Thank you for the raid save. Oh, what is that emo? Is that one of your new ones?
The
Oh no,
Savage
it's
Fire
Jen's.
raided my
Oh, that's
stream
nice.
with 9 viewers.
Thank you for the raid, dude. Oh, you're playing. How was Breath of the Wild? How was Breath of the Wild? I think I saw you were doing another Divine Beast, if I'm not mistaken. Looks at watch. What do you mean? Looks at watch. What do you mean? No, I hovered over it. I hovered over it and it said Jen. I was like, ah, my bad. Chosen, welcome in. Good to see you. I'll give you a quick shout out as well. How are we all doing? Oh, you finished the second Divine Beast. Let's go. Nice. Oh, that raid alert. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's like a minute long. Right. You know, anytime now, you know. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everyone coming in with Savage's raid and stream. Hope everyone's doing well. For those who don't know me, I am Wash Bandicoot. I'm a variety streamer of some sorts. And as you can see, well, you might not know what this game is, but if you don't know what this game is, this is Elden Ring. The critically acclaimed Player of the Year? Game of the Year, I think it was 2022. And I am playing this not on my own. I am playing this with my good friend and Dark Souls, Elden Ring, from Soft extraordinaire, that is Ben Edgehouse. He is also streaming, I believe. So if you want to...
Huh? What?
I was just saying how nice you are.
Uh-huh. I knew you talking shit about me.
No, chat, back me up here, please.
I'm being a smart asshole. Yeah, I know. I heard. I heard as I was coming back in from the bathroom.
But yeah, we're playing Elden Ring. He's guided me through the place. Oh, another clip shout out. Let's go.
Not hold your hand, so.
Yes. Oh, is a clip shout? Oh, is it starting soon screen? Oh, that's from yesterday. Oh, let's go.
Wait, what?
Somebody.
Wait, did it pull a clip of my starting soon screen?
Yes, from yesterday. I don't know why.
Damn it! How did that happen again? I'm gonna go delete those. That happens periodically. I don't know if it's like me or someone else on mobile, like because the clip button is. Oh fuck! I just died.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. I got the bonfire, by the way.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just trying to get some of the stuff that's like on the elevator shaft because that elevator that leads to the bonfire.
Just go here. Don't bring into your drama. Don't bring me into your drama. I'm sorry.
But yeah, no, that happens sometimes. Like some of us on mobile accidentally hit the clip button sometimes.
Yeah. No. I can imagine. I can imagine. So do you want me to come back out of the cave now, or?
Yeah, I'll meet you back out of the cave. Savage, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Horde. Thank you, thank you.
But yeah, go follow Ben. He's a really cool dude. If you love your FromSoft playthroughs, Resident Evil playthroughs, go check him out. And he loves his Hades, like I do.
Oh, absolutely.
Roguelikes galore.
Yeah. Self-proclaimed king of roguelikes.
But yeah, that's what we're doing. But if you need to read and run, Sav, I totally get it. 'Cause I know it's it's a little bit early for you, but if you need to just, run some errands and whatnot, then by all means, please do. But if anyone wants to stop around, and that goes to anybody else actually in chat who's coming with Sav's raid, but if you are able to stop by for a little bit, I would gladly have you. We're also one follower away from 600 follows on Twitch. So
follow Welshie, damn it.
But yeah, please don't be a bot, because then it will just delete, and I will not be on 600 again, and that would actually irk me.
Be like, yay!
Oh, Twitch banned the motherfucker. God damn it.
Yeah, that's one thing that I hate about like seeing the numbers. I'm like, oh yeah, cool, the number's going up. I'm at like 538 now or whatever, and then tomorrow it'll be 536. I'm like, oh.
Now I'm sad.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, which bonfire do you want me to go to?
Okay, so if you just head back up the elevator and out the cave, you should be able to. If you have the.
Oh, have the thing on.
I'm gonna say
the finger
have
remedy.
Item. The tarnished furled finger. Good God, that is hard to say for me.
I think I have it still on, but I can't see your. Oh wait, gold summon sign.
It's not the finger remedy. It's an actual finger. It is the tarnished.
Oh, okay.
Finger. It's like a yellow glowing.
Oh,
finger.
creates a summon sign for cooperative multiplier. Gotcha.
Yes.
So if I use that,
you need to put yours down for me now.
Okay,
Just
yeah,
put it
'cause-
right outside the mouth of the cave.
it's outside the cave, like in the little grass bit in front of the entranceway.
Okay, cool. I have used my remedy.
Yeah, after stream care.
first.
All of love, brother. Yeah, no worries, Seth. No worries, Seth. Go do your stuff.
How far out? Like, is it?
It's
next
closer to
little fire?
it's closer to the rocks than it is the entranceway.
That's a heat more. That's an event spawn.
I don't know if you want to look at my stream. It'll be up on. You can see it then.
Okay. I used my finger.
I notice sometimes when you use the item thing to see summon signs, it takes like a few seconds for it to kick in.
Well, because of the level gap, yeah, it's gonna take a little while for ours. But I'm just because of the fact that I've beaten the game, I don't know if it'll let me summon people. That's the thing. I don't.
Okay, that makes sense.
Like, there's no way to really tell.
Right. But yeah, I don't know if you want to look on my stream, you can see.
Yeah, I'll pull it up here in a second.
I'm basically staring at it.
Yeah, I also need to use one of these again. Dog.
like for reference.
Muted.
Watch now, I just get a blue screen of death on my PC.
Right. Turn around for me so I can see the cave, just to kind of see your reference to the cave, if you would please. Okay, yeah, you're pretty much where I'm standing. Yeah, it may or may not work because, like I said, because of the fact that I have.
You have beaten the game and I haven't, sort of thing.
Well, I don't remember, but I think if you beat the game, it just like voids all summoning.
Yeah, it probably just the game just thinks, oh well, you've beaten the game, you don't need summons.
Yeah, or something like that. But it's really weird though, because like if I go out a little further, I see like I can use my ashes and stuff, which is really weird.
Hmm.
Oh wait, is that one? How about?
Should we to move it?
No, I'm seeing a bunch of like white signs, but I thought I saw the yellow one.
Yeah, mine is richly right next to a white message.
Yeah, so try moving it out so you see there's like a stump right on the edge of the water.
Oh yeah, move it there, yeah.
Yeah, put it like directly next to that if you can, just to
Okay.
see it. If you just go like write it again over there, it'll overwrite it.
So if I in the water, yeah.
Yeah, like right next to the stump there.
I will gladly do that. Use. Right, I put it down. If you want to look on my stream, but I put it down next to the stump.
Yeah.
Have I got? Hold on.
I'm gonna go try and see if I can like rest at a bonfire to reset, and then I'll come back up and see. Because even if I have to use another remedy to see it, like I said, I've got like over 100 of them. So, and if I can't summon you, then it's whatever. Like it's not too bad. It's just I was hoping that I could get you a little bit of extra soul boost here.
Extra
since there's
soul
a couple
boosting.
bosses I apparently have not fought. Huh?
Oh no worries, no, that's all good. I was just talking out loud. Thought I had Discord plugin. I do not. It's rather unfortunate.
To go like properly trigger the fight before I can summon you. Hey Aghill, quit eating people and get over here.
Ah, there we go. Jesus. So if I do.
Huh.
I delete that. I put folder. Right, I'm just checking. I'm just doing some stream
Nope,
deck
fine.
stuff.
I'm still just trying to see if your sign pops up for me. Which it does not look like it wants to. It's really, really sad.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. Oh god. Crab? Don't do this to me. Ow. Crab. Why are you the way that you are?
Ah, why are you running? Why are you running?
Hey, I got some crab eggs.
Okay,
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna let me summon you, which is really, really unfortunate. But
that sucks.
if you want to, then while you wait for me to kill the dragon real quick, if you want to go back into the tunnel once you're like ready to go again, go back into the tunnel, and then if you notice as you're riding the elevator up or down, you'll see there's like some ledges off to the sides that you can jump over to. If you start at the top of the elevator, there's like a clear path leading down with some little like side tunnels to go down with stuff to collect. If you want to just grab that stuff for me, or
Right.
not for me, but grab that stuff for you real quick.
Okay. Give me.
There's a few things in there that are
Yeah, no worries, nice. I'm just double checking things. Hey Joker, welcome in. No worries for coming in late with the raid. No worries at all. How you doing, buddy? How art thou? Um,
I feel.
yeah.
Oh. He stepped on me, and I didn't like it. Hey, can you not? Oh. Oh, fire. That's, ow, lots of fire. That hurts fire. No, don't burn me. Okay, he's dead.
Nice. I'm just
How many souls did that give me? 22,000? That's it? Wow, you're fucking worthless, Axial. A new draconic parry available at the cathedral. Oh, so that's another thing too. You should have gotten a dragon heart and
I
like,
did.
a draconic power unlock from beating Axial.
It told me to go to. It told me to go to a like church or something.
Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to the rot swamp. But for now, just know that like if you want to use incantations and be a dragon, that's how.
Okay.
So like
Gotcha.
if you want to be a dragon, that's how you do it.
Do you want to be a dragon? It's like, yes, please.
You wanna be a dragon?
I'm good. Hope all is well. I'm doing good, Joker. Hope you're well, buddy. But yeah, thank you for coming with the raid as well. Let me give you a quick shout out. Oh, been X-Defiant. Nice, nice. Oh, did you manage to beat Rebirth? Because I know you were playing that quite recently as well, weren't you?
You're tickling the top of your foot and you can't see where it is. Yes, Kiarda, exactly. That happens to me all the time, Kiarda. Either like my feet or like my nose or something. And I just can't, or my arm especially, and I just can't figure out where the hell the hair is and get it off.
Right, so do you want me to just go through the tunnel, yeah?
Well, so go look to the left side of the lift there at the top, and you'll
Fuck, I
see
saw a
where,
door.
like, ledges you can climb down. See, like, that little tunnel there? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw and walked past it. Yeah, my bad.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But yeah,
Yes.
if you just go back up to the top, you can start at the top and
work your way down.
kind of like work your way down around those tunnels, and there's stuff in those tunnels.
So if I just jump down, I suppose?
So go around to the side of the lift, and
Yeah,
you
and
can
then
jump
drop
down.
down.
To the first
Okay.
ledge.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Cool. And then it's a pretty straightforward path down. Just check in the little side tunnels before you jump down to the next ledge, and you should be fine.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you beat Rebirth Thursday? Nice. What do you think of it? Obviously without spoilers and stuff. I hope you enjoyed it, because I fucking loved that game. Very dark in here.
It is. There is a lantern you can buy. I just don't remember which merchant you get it from.
Oh, okay. I should be fine, though, I think.
Yeah, you have that, like, faint glow around your character, but yeah.
Okay, no, but I just went straight back out. No.
I knew you'd understand. Yeah, exactly, Kiarda.
Oh, dude, definitely in my top 10. Oh yeah, it's probably in my top. Yeah, probably in my top 10 as well, actually. More so than remake. Oh fuck! Oh, I just died from full damage. Nice.
But yeah, that one you've got to jump just a little. That's what happened to me. That's literally how I died like 5 minutes ago. I didn't jump on that one. But your souls are going to be in that tunnel you just came out of now, so you do have to go back up and get them.
Yeah, have I got to go back down the path again, or do I need to just?
You might be able to jump off the elevator, but you'll have to ride it up at least enough.
Yeah.
To get back up to that tunnel.
Okay, doke. No worries.
All right, I'm going to close out of Chrome before my computer gets angry from a memory loop or something.
You've lost memory
Chrome
again.
does not function well.
Oh yeah.
Everything's running. Chrome does not like to have like games and OBS and stuff running.
No. The thing I have running off Chrome is like my closed caption stuff.
Yeah.
Because it needs Chrome to work.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh god.
I should switch to bonk. I need a bonk.
But no, my go-to is Opera GX. I use that as my main sort of browser. Okay, right. I think I got the tunnels, so I'm ready when you are.
So yeah, once you get your souls back and stuff, you can just head back down to the bonfire.
Yeah, I'm at the bonfire now.
Okay, let me quickly just. Down. Where the hell the weapon? There it is. Okay.
Yeah, because isn't it a thing where like if you write a load of messages and people appraise them, you get like a heal or some sort?
Whenever someone appraises one of your messages, it heals you a little.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. All right, my sign is down for you.
Okay, I will use the thing. Oh, yeah, I can see it. Okay.
By the way, I just wanted you to know it censors the word erect in your name.
Oh, does it actually?
Yeah.
That's funny. So yeah, my character in this game is called Lord Erect. For those who are unaware, those coming in with Savage's Raid.
Lord Erectus.
Lord Erectus himself. Oh, I got a smithing stone. Yeah, I can now upgrade
These dudes drop a lot of smithing stones. That's kind of why we're in this tunnel.
Oh, I remember fighting these guys. Now, actually thinking about it.
Yeah. This should get you a decent amount of smithing stone 1.
Yeah, yeah. I remember clearing this place out. Yeah, I do remember clearing this place out.
Oh, fuck off, Rez.
Yeah, because I can go back then to the church and use the smithing stone there, the smithing thing there, can I?
I think the
To upgrade.
anvil only lets you upgrade to like +2 or 3 maybe. So if
Ah,
you want to
okay.
do more, if you want to do more upgrades than that, you'll need to go to.
Oh. Okay.
Let me come here. That's not an NPC invader. That's a person, I think.
Is there a is there a couple? There's another bonfire in there further in, right?
No.
Or not?
I don't think so.
Oh no, because this is a dungeon, isn't it? So
Yeah.
yeah, there'd only be one at the start.
I think he's like right above us. Oh, there he is.
Probably.
Yeah, he's buffing a lot of stuff. So just get ready.
Okay. Final countdown. Oh, he's got the Wolverine gauntlets.
Yeah, you wanna give me a hand here because he's relieving me. And...
I'm trying.
Yeah, fuck you, asshole. Asshole. My blood
T-pose.
loss is better than yours, dickhead.
T-pose for dominance. It's good that we're doing this, mind, in a sense, because I'm getting finger remedies.
Oh, you get a finger remedy every time we beat.
Yeah, I
asshole?
do.
Nice. Nice.
I'm not using as many.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for the A-tier alert, Ben. That tis a haunch crow, by the way. A really, really nice.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using my regular weapons.
Oh, I got a pickaxe.
I typically switch to bludgeoning damage in these dungeons because these dudes are weak to bludgeoning, but they deflect blade weapons.
Ah, okay.
But because my blade weapons are just so far upgraded, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they just don't. It's just yeah, whatever.
Exactly. I just do more damage. Okay, so this one has some drop-off points as well.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember as well. Actually, isn't it like at the back?
So like, there's one over there and stuff.
Yeah.
You want to try to get some of these so that you can get because there's like smithing stones and stuff down the little side paths.
Ah, okay.
You come back on.
Yep.
Because if you look around as well, these tunnels. Hey, Cash, how you doing? These tunnels have like glowing stones and stuff in certain parts. Where if you just walk up and pick up the glowing stone, you'll get a what you call it? You'll get a smithing stone.
Gotcha. Right. Okay. I'm here now.
Okay.
It took me a minute. It took me a minute, but I'm here now.
Just got home from work and a walk. Nice.
Glintstone scrap. That is. Oh. Oh yeah, they do deflect, don't they? Oh.
That's why I'm just backstabbing.
It's just like bleed damage, and it just dies.
Well, it's not instant bleed proc. It's these like this weapon in particular, and the Rivers of Blood as well, deal a special kind of bleed. It's like blood flame, is what it's called.
Ah, okay.
So it's literally like fire spurred from blood.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
gate.
so that's the boss room. We don't want to do
It's
that
the boss room. Yeah. I recognize that gate now.
Yeah. We don't want to do that one just yet. Let's go see if we can get you some of the more of the smithing stones. How many ones do you have right now?
I will tell you. Give me a moment. I have 11 smithing stone 1s, 8 smithing stone 2s, and 2 smithing stone 3s.
Okay, so for each individual weapon, it's 12 basic smithing stones per
cluster, is it?
So like it's 12 ones to get 1, 2, and 3. It's 12 twos to get 4, 5, and 6. Etc.
Right, etc. Yeah, because it says reinforces up to 3. Yeah, smithing stone 1 reinforces up to 3. Plus 6 is 4, and then plus 9, and
Max
then
upgrade in this game is not 10 or 15 like it was in Dark Souls 3. It's 25.
oh wow,
Yeah.
25.
Yes. Alright, so from here, our way down is over on this side.
Okay.
Oh god, be careful, because
Oh fuck. Oh, okay, I didn't die.
yeah, you're lucky you didn't die.
I think I touched the ground,
Uh-huh.
and then slid off, so it like negated a little bit of the fall damage.
Oh god, be careful, because I moved a little too far as well.
Yeah.
So I think down here, if you look around, there should be some of those like smithing stones that you can pick up off the wall, like I said. They're kind of hard to see, so you have to look closely. They
Oh,
have,
the
like,
yellow, like a yellow glow, yeah. I think I know the ones. Yeah, the enemies stand next to them, don't they? Fuck that guy. Maybe, oh, no, I really should heal here. Okay. Yeah, I don't need 12, in all that honesty, because the swords I've got at the minute are already +2, so...
So you need 6 and 6.
Oh, I do need 12 then. Yeah, never mind then.
Yeah.
I'm just talking
Because
absolute
it's
nonsense.
2, 4, 6 for each set of 3 upgrades. It's 2, 4, 6.
Oh, but then isn't one of them
if you get
plus...
one more stone 1, you should be okay to get yours to +3 each, and then you can move into smithing stone.
I think I don't. Yeah, sorry, no, they were. One of them was +1, but then I got the upgrade to get it to +2. Yeah, so I think they're both on +2 at this moment.
Okay.
No, shit, no, they're not. Fuck. No, one of them's +1.
Okay.
So I need 16. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because to get from +1 to +3 is 10.
And I have 13, so I need another 3.
Okay. That's still though. You're coming along there. All that matters.
I suppose that once I use the, I suppose once I get the intelligence up, I can use that crystal sword. Then I'll only need 1. Then I'll only have 1.
Yes, one of
so.
each somber stone. Okay, so now we're back here. Good. Now we can go do boss fight in this dungeon.
Cool. So that's that. Yeah. So we had to jump off, don't we?
Yes. We gotta.
Is it this one we have to jump off?
Yep. We gotta jump this way.
Ooh, nearly missed it.
Or roll. Yeah, another one.
And then the other one is down here. Ooh, the weather has calmed down.
Yeah, they're doing a safari event right now where based on like different weather, different Pokemon will spawn and stuff like that. So
Uh-huh.
it's a really mediocre event because the catch rate for a lot of the balls, so a lot of people are missing things, and it's very aggravating.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's not as fun as they hoped it would be. But at least the balls that they're giving us are free, so.
That's something at least, I guess. Yeah, he just.
Decided.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy. This took me a couple of tries actually.
Stone Digger Troll.
Yes. I did get him up. I love that you're like, it took me a couple of tries and you're like, yeah, he's pretty easy. It's like, alright. Fucking, alright, okay.
Come on.
Ow. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, it's easy when you can just chop off half his health in one hit, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I'll let you do the rest.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
While he's farting to death
There you
and
go.
rotting to death at the same time.
I got the last hit in, though. I will say. I got a raw medallion. Enhances roars and breath attacks.
Yeah, those are for more like if you want to do the dragon stuff, because like a lot of the dragon spells are like shouts and like different breath attacks. So like you can get like a rot dragon breath attack, like a magic dragon breath attack. You can get like fire breath attack. Like there's quite a few of them.
I see.
But okay, if you're done with that, now go ahead and touch the thing that sends you back to the front of the dungeon, and then you just go ahead and leave.
Okay. So I think I'm on 14 spinning stones at this point.
Yeah, so you'll find the next couple you need just kind of as you're playing, or you can like buy them from certain shops and stuff.
So I go back to the church quickly.
You might as well. If it lets you upgrade your weapons there, go for it. But
Yeah.
you still have to leave the cave in order to fast travel, because you cannot fast travel from inside of a cave.
Yeah, I've fast traveled. I've left the cave.
Cool.
Use smithing tables, shredding armament.
I did something I don't usually
Fuck,
do.
no, I can't.
There's no shiny misses. Yeah, well, exactly, Kieran. At least you didn't shiny miss anything.
Okay, no.
Shiny miss? Yeah, what is it, Ben?
Okay, no, I got a 3 and a 2. So at this point, so it let me go up to +3. So that's nice.
Okay, yeah. So at least as long as you got one of them to +3, then you can start using your stone 2s to get that one further if you want.
But I'd have to go to
Which
round table
would be
hold,
a
wouldn't
bad
I?
idea, because then if you just keep pumping the stone 2s into that one, when you switch to the crystal sword, you can just take the more upgraded one of those two to use in tandem
Yeah.
with the crystal.
Should I fast travel to the round table hold then? Upgrade
Yes,
it.
go ahead and do that. Yeah, that's fine. I can wait a minute. I'm still trying to figure out like where we should, like where it would be best for us to go next. Oh, that's right. We never got to finish our Fort Height thing because that asshole invaded us yesterday. So we'll probably do that next.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
It's over there.
Hey, Sunshows.
So you can meet one of the coolest NPCs in this entire game. He's a wolf man,
Nice.
and his name is Blythe.
Live.
Yep. It may not look like Blythe. It's spelled Blaidd.
All right, yeah.
Blythe.
Nice. Well, there are ads starting in a minute, so let me just... Actually, that'd be good timing anyway, because I'll be just doing upgrades and stuff,
after
so...
you upgrade as well, once your ads are done, if you wanted to try the dude that's in round
who
table
are you?
where you jump over the railing, you probably will have decent enough weapons for it now.
Hello? Who are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I just tried to talk to somebody and I got a gesture called "What do you want?"
Yeah, he's an asshole. Be ready to fight him later on. Like,
Okay.
there will be a random time. I don't remember when it triggers, but just like later on in the game, you will randomly come back to round table and he'll be there as an invader and try to kill you.
Ah, we meet again after all.
Oh, it's the guy I spoke to before.
Even by my bearing,
Yeah, he's
but
a
I'm quite
dickhead. He
unable to
just
move,
kind of
you
is
see.
like there.
So,
He's
He
unable
doesn't
to
really
move,
wanna be
apparently.
there, he's just kind of there. I don't remember the lore to him or his story as to why he's like an asshole and why he tries to kill you and stuff. Because like every FromSoft game, everything does have a reason and purpose. I just don't remember what his is.
I found Rogier.
Rogier is he can teach you sorceries before he falls asleep.
Okay. Should I tell him I've defeated Godric?
Yeah.
Ah, you defeated Godric.
Yeah,
and
that
claimed
just
yourself
kind of
a
moves
great
his
rune.
quest line along.
Looks like we both got what we wanted out of
Stormvale, didn't we?
Didn't we?
Yeah,
Well
pretty
done,
much.
Friend.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
To mark the occasion. Go on.
Oh, he's giving me something.
Yeah.
Rogier's Rapier +8.
Yes.
Oh my.
As you might have
But
guessed,
it's a rapier,
I still
so
can't
if you
remove
want to use a rapier,
my
that's
fucking days
not a
of
bad
grinding.
start, but
No need
it
to
is
be
a rapier, so
Yes, it's very pointy.
anymore.
yeah. Well, and it's a little slower. The rapiers have a slower attack pattern than
Should I ask about the corpse under Stormvale? Or no?
huh?
It says ask about the corpse under Stormvale.
Yes, you can talk to him about that if you want to learn more about that eldritch horror that I showed you,
That is a sacred relic.
because that's what triggered.
Oh yeah, it says of the Black Knives plot.
Of assassination is known.
Yeah, so
It
he's
happened
basically
during
telling
the
you of the
golden
Black
age of the
Knives.
Erd Tree, long before
and,
the shattering of the
Long
Erd
before the
Tree.
shattering of the Elden Ring.
Someone
Gotcha.
stole a
Stuff like that.
fragment of the rune of death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
Oh, someone stole a fragment
Murdered Godwyn the Golden.
from Black Blade,
The
and
first
then
recorded death of a demigod in all history.
oh wow,
And it
first
was
recorded death.
catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed.
Watching a
and thus sprang
3-year-old
forth the
color with
war
chalk,
known
she's
as the
coloring her
Shatter.
hands and
I
feet
once
blue.
wished to
Wow,
become a
kidding.
scholar, you see. I've spent the
Hey, Bailey.
better understand what happened.
I want to know, would you be my girl?
But yeah, that's all lore
Thank you,
stuff.
Jax.
Delphi, if you're interested, I mean, it's good lore in my opinion. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah.
But if you want to just keep things moving, then there are really good lore videos you can watch for all of that
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Right, this blacksmith guy.
Look at you.
I know. Look at me.
Those eyes tell a story.
No, you should look at my chin.
Challenger who's felled his mark. Find 'em well.
What do you mean? Strength and armament. Yep. Okay, so one of my swords is now a +5.
Good. That should be the one that's in the using the 2 stones, right?
Yes. Yeah, I upgraded using the smithing's
4 for that one?
4. I need 4 more, and then that's maxed out for the smithing stone 2s.
And then you'll need the 3s. Cool. Because
And that-
by the
yeah.
time you get what you need for that, you should like
Be
I
using the
know where
crystal
we can
sword.
go so you can buy 2s and 3s, if you want to be able to buy them.
Right.
And we'll probably get there like soon enough-ish, depending on which direction we go here. I know we were exploring around a lot down here in like Limgrave and the starting area and stuff. But once we finish up doing stuff with like Blythe here and stuff, we can probably head kind of back towards the main progression. Just so that way you can kind of keep on track with like your upgrades and stuff if you want to do that.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, actually, speaking of upgrades, I need to check my golden runes.
Yes. Jesus, that could have been very bad. I hope I didn't just break something.
Is,
I dropped my controller. My controller cable caught on my foot as I went to set it down, and it yanked it out of my hand.
Oh.
Whipped around and almost hit my computer.
Luckily, it didn't hit the off switch.
Yeah. Well, no. Luckily, it didn't hit the glass on the front of the case.
Yeah, that's that. That helps too.
But still, though, I just got this controller, so I'd rather not drop it and bang it around.
True. Okay, so my intelligence is now 10, so I've just upgraded that +1.
Yeah, so if you use a rune art, which I don't know if you've found any yet.
I don't think I have one.
Well, so try, if you go here, do you have me up right now or no?
No, but I can get you up.
Okay. If you want to look at my screen, this is literally what they look like.
Hold, please
I'm
hold.
surprised you don't have any by now, because I'm pretty sure there are some to pick up in the early areas, or like shops or something.
No, I don't
If
have
you
those.
if you don't have any at all,
No.
while you're at round table hold, go to the very, very back room past where that dickhead was that gave you the gesture that said, "What do you want?" You should find a vendor called the Twin Husks. They sell a few of those.
Okay. Oh wait, who's this person?
Are you that new
New tarnished.
You've done well.
Oh, I've found the finger reader.
Of the fingers, envoys
Yes.
to the
You
great
talk to her
Emperor.
for lore and to kind of progress the generalized Elden Lord ending if you want.
Let them
Right.
So, but I will be right back though. I'm gonna go get some water.
Mhm.
Since my bottle's empty, so I will be right back.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Just make sure you grab some of these rune arcs from those twin husks. If you need runes as well,
Yeah.
like 'cause they are kind of pricey. If you need runes, I can give you some.
Okay. Elden Lord, restore the golden order. Otherwise, things guide you. Thank you. Right. So let's go back to. So Ben said it was over by. Yeah, and I go past. In here. There's just a lot of books. If only I had a friend. Okay. Let's go past here then, maybe? Oh, yeah. Twin Maiden Husks. Purchase. Fuck. I can't buy any rune arcs. Nice. I probably shouldn't have leveled up. Well then, yeah. Answers request for summoning from hunters. When invaded requests the aid of a hunter. Oh, okay. What is this? Answers request for summoning from hunters. And then you've got when invaded requests the aid of a hunter. It's the Bailey match on now. Is it, Jax? Hey. Hey, Bailey. I wanna know if you be my girl. If you turn and walk away. I forget how I can change the volume. Oh!
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I have no. Well, I don't have enough runes.
Okay. Did you give the twin husks the bell bearing you had, by the way?
No. Do I need to do that?
You should do that because that'll offer more shop items. So anytime you get a bell bearing from anyone,
Oh, give it to them.
twin husks, and
Yeah.
it'll offer up more shop items.
Okay. Yeah, it's 4,000 and I have like just under 2.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I'll give you more runes. So if you want to go to, I'm chilling at the Fort Height West bonfire right now. If you want to go there and summon me, I can give you some
hang on. Whoa.
get your rune
Fort Height West, you said?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
one that we went to where we got invaded by the dickhead yesterday.
Yes. Yes, I'm fast traveling there now.
Yep. Hopefully we don't see the same dickhead.
Yeah. Please hope not. Alright,
Hopefully we don't see any dickheads, but
yeah.
so far today it's been much better than yesterday. So.
Yes. Right. I'll use the thing. Hoping my swords are a little bit more beefy now that they're gonna. Well, now one of them is up to +5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I need 2 more smithing stone 1s and then 4 more smithing stone 2s for the sword in question. But then obviously for one of the swords, I'm gonna need another like 12 smithing stone 2s.
Yeah. If you get until you get enough intelligence to use the crystal sword. I mean, I honestly, the one that's at +2 right now, I wouldn't even bother with that one anymore. If
No?
you're gonna go for that intelligence to use the crystal sword.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so just pump up the other one then, is it?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother wasting your upgrade materials, so that way you can save them for a different weapon if you want to upgrade a different one you like better later on or something.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Hoist. Let me do this so that way you can buy some stuff at least. There you go.
Thank you.
And then here.
Oh.
Here.
That didn't take long.
We got invaded.
Yeah.
There's another set of those. Don't use them yet. But
I'm not gonna use them, don't worry.
not while we're invaded.
But we do be invaded. Oh, are they over? I think it might be to the. Might be up the hill, maybe. I'm seeing enemy like enemy thing taking damage. Like northeast.
Oh yeah, he is up the hill. He's shooting stuff at us. But no, remember the AI don't target.
Oh, they don't target invaders. No, that's true. That's true. My bad. Oh yeah, I see him now. I see him.
I hate people.
Mm.
Yeah, he's just sitting up there. Fuck him. Go this way. I'm not doing this shit again. I'm not.
That's fair.
Try to make sure you're picking up these flowers too.
Yeah, I'm seeing the flowers. Yeah.
Just be careful if you hear or see a bear. Don't go near it.
just don't.
Yeah, just don't. With
Okay.
Bears.
I won't
Bears
touch
are
the
bad.
bears.
Bears are bad and bears are scary. Yeah, I think it's like right up here. So yeah, what we do is we come over here, and you should hear some howling coming from these runes.
Yes, I literally just heard some howling as you said that.
Yeah, cool. So that's, once you've heard the howling, that's the important part.
But that's a bear.
Yeah, but I'm also killing it.
Oh, fucking hell.
It's dead.
Sonic the Werehog. Wait, what?
Okay, so let's go down here.
Yeah.
You can open this door.
Open your door. Bears are docile, especially the rune ones. Pet those for extra souls.
Yeah, no thanks. That was a rune bear that we just killed.
An axe talisman. Oh yeah, he's coming. Oh hello. Oh he has a crossbow. Nice. Thanks, buddy.
He's very, very fat rolly.
Oh yeah, he died.
Stuck in a corner like an asshole, so
I got a good combo on him as well, to be fair.
yeah. You got him stuck in a corner, and I was able to get around you to pinch him into the corner.
Yeah.
He killed Bill Clinton!
I saw that when he invaded, but I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't gonna say anything.
Fucking funny. Oh my god. Guys, we did it. We killed Bill Clinton. Hillary won't know what to do now.
Yeah, that's it. The world's gonna end.
Okay, I'm gonna cut my finger off before you get invaded again. Quickly warp back to Round Table before you get invaded.
Okay.
House. Funny. That dude was horrible too. He was really bad.
Mm. Right. Okay. So I'm back in round table hold.
Yep.
So if I use these runes you gave me.
Yeah, just go ahead and use them all. Buy everything that you need, everything that you can or want or whatever, and then any that you have left over, just go ahead and use to level up.
Okay. Right, let's go grab the rune arcs first. How many should I buy? All of them?
Buy as many as you can of the rune arcs, and check all of the bell bearing shops that you have as well.
Okay.
because
I noticed
sometimes
as well.
Bell bearings will just add to the base shop, but sometimes they open up like a separate shop entirely with the husks.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Make sure you check all of them.
I noticed that like with the twin ones where you get the rune arcs, there's like these cipher rings. There's a white cipher ring and a blue cipher ring, and the white cipher ring
What
says,
does it say they do?
when invaded, request the aid of a hunter.
Oh, so you can get that if you want. I don't think it works if you have a summoned phantom already, though.
Ah, okay. When it says answers request for summoning from hunters, there's the blue cipher ring.
Yeah, so that's if you want to join someone else's world who's calling for help.
Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's fine. I don't want to buy any armor of any sorts. No, I'm okay. So that's fine. I got all the rune arcs now.
Mm-hmm.
But do I just equip that to, like, my...
Your X button hotbar or your
Yeah.
tool belt.
Yeah.
Like with your pouch, rather, whichever one you want.
I'll probably just do it the same
I
as
have
the...
mine on my X button, and I don't use like
Yeah.
anything on my X button.
Apart from the...
For, like, my flasks mainly.
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
don't really cycle through it too much.
Cool. Cool. And then I think I'll just use the rest for level ups at this point.
Yeah. As I said, it's just whatever you have left, just go ahead and level up. Give you a,
Okay,
give you
well,
an extra little-
I now have 15 intelligence. So...
No, yeah, you don't even need the rune arcs for the thing.
No.
You can use. So since you have the 15 intelligence base now, I would recommend, since you are very low on rune arcs, saving those for when you need them. So
Yeah.
like for when we're dealing with an exceptionally hard area, or
Yeah.
feel the need to just kind of keep up with like where we're at until you can get a little bit more level ups for like your health or something. Then use the rune arcs, but.
Mm-hmm.
We will be finding them as we play through the game. Like, there are quite a few throughout the game, and as long as you make sure you're consistently buying them from, like, the merchants and stuff, you'll probably have plentiful enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just if you use them strategically, then you'll probably be okay.
Okay, so I need a level 3 Somber Smithing Stone, and then 4 more Smithing Stone 2s. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we have Scarlet Sword. Ah! Jesus! That fucking scared the shit out of me.
Well, so now that you have the Scarlet Rot Sword and your +5, you should absolutely jump that railing and try to kill the dude that's down there.
Okay. But thank you, Sunshines, for the daily crash reward. Earned a crystal. GG's.
Just be careful because he does like to use frost, so make sure you're paying attention to his tells, and like when he's about to cast something, make sure you're able to...
So just jump down, right?
Yeah, you just jump over the railing, and then once you walk towards the other end of the room, he should spawn in. You can actually get a backstab on him as he's spawning in if you're quick enough.
Rated by Mad Tongue Alberich.
Yeah. He's a lizard lair.
Oh yeah, he throws his ice, alright. It's like in front of you? Okay. Yeah, he just has like ice in front of him. Oh, that's ice.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff, though. He's got, like, crystal spear sorcery. And
Ow, okay.
scythe that bleeds. He's got a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I thought maybe trying to... I need to be careful because I could get frost build-up.
Yep.
Yeah, I've gone down to half health, but that's fine.
He does have one Estus once.
Okay. Oh god, he's fucking... He's... he was like... He's sprinting towards me.
Yeah.
An absolute madman.
It goes like full aggro when you go to heal yourself.
Oh, he's now doing like... He's got like thorns around him?
Yes, back away from that because it bleeds you instantly.
Okay. Well, he did it, and I thought it was like a passive ability thing that he was doing, if I'm being honest.
No, it's a sorcery. Yeah, it's a sorcery. It's a passive thing, or not a passive thing. It's a spell that
Ah, okay.
it summons.
Ow. Okay, I died.
It's basically like the flower that I use, but it's blood thorns instead of like rot flower.
Okay. Yeah, I panicked. I'll try again. I can get him. It's just...
Yeah.
Need to learn his attacks.
I mean, first try is always just like an observation of like, okay, what do you do basically? That's essentially what every first attempt at an enemy or a boss should be, is just what do you do?
What would ice be classed as then at this point? Oh, you can't. There's no like damage negation to it though. That's interesting.
So
Well,
what?
like ice, frost. Oh,
Yeah, ice is like ridiculously broken in this.
Okay.
I see you, Popcat Kiarda. Or Pop Nemo.
Oh, a Scorpy.
Skarubi, yeah.
Scorpy.
Yeah, Skarubi turns into a really good Pokemon, actually. It turns into
Oh,
great
easy.
stuff.
Oh, he just did a bow and I got a thing out of it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just attack him when he's like tries to attack me, or yes.
What do you mean? Here, let me pull you up.
Ah, actually, that was not a good idea. Oh, you fucker! Now I got frost.
He's got good counters for when you go to heal, so you gotta be like real careful with it.
Now I'm frostbitten. It's fucking nice.
Well, so the thing is, thankfully, is once he fills up your meter, like the first time it has to unfill in order for him to frostbite you again. So you have like that little bit of cushion before he can frost you again.
True. Well, at least he's used his 1x Estus flasks. That's
Yes, he's used his one, so if you get him down again, you pretty much have it in the bag.
fucking god.
Yeah. Yep. He hits hard.
He just hit like a fucking truck. Oh, just fucking kill me again. Jesus.
So, now that you've got the bow from him or whatever it was that he gave you, the gesture,
Mm-hmm.
if you jump down, grab your souls, right, and then quickly try to get behind him to backstab him, that'll chunk him enough that he'll use his Estus almost immediately. Or he'll use his flask almost immediately, and then you pretty much just have to kill him once to get him down. And as long as you pick the right moment to like duck in and go ham on him, you should be able to kind of get him down before he has a chance.
Okay, well, don't do the backstab then. That's fine.
Yeah, you gotta time it just right. It is a little challenging because of the like spawn invulnerability, but if you time it right, you can catch it right as the invulnerability wears off, but before he's able to move, and you can get him. Yeah, when he charges at you, I'd say that's probably your best chance to get some damage in on him, because if you get him before he hits you, you're gonna stagger him before he can hit you.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you just gotta watch the stamina to make sure that like you don't get too
Yeah, it's
low and then
too low, yeah.
his, his combo. If his combo fucks you up about as well as yours does to him, so
Oh my god, that fucking double sweep he does is nasty.
that's the weapon arm on the scythe.
Ah, no, frostbite. Fuck you then. Oh, you're not gonna do your little shitty one first? Okay, fine. Could have attacked him there.
There you go. There you go. You just need like one more good hit on him.
There you go. Fucking get out. Ow.
There you go.
Nice. Mad Tongue Albrecht died. Taunter's Tongue, I just got. Is that like a talisman? No.
It's no, it's something for later.
Ah, okay. Wait, there was an
Right,
Entei?
if I remember right, it's a key item. Don't touch the thing yet to warp out, though.
Okay. Don't do that.
Look around down here. One of the doors on the side is open, and you can go into like a little secret side room.
Oh yeah. Wait, there was an Entei, and I don't even know what a Dracloak is.
Dracloak is from Sword and Shield, and then yes, Entei spawns what, like an hour and a half ago now?
Yeah.
An hour and a half.
It's all good, Sinchas. I literally 95% of these Pokemons, that's why I don't know what they are. So.
To be fair, a lot of people that aren't, heavy Pokemon enthusiasts don't know what 95% of the Pokemon are because they're fucking weird.
Cypher Patter? Just picked
Yes. Cypher Pata is a fist weapon where you literally punch people with the word of God.
up? Wow.
Like, equip it real quick. You'll see. You'll see what I mean.
Is that what you mean by pacifist?
Huh?
Like, oh, never mind. I tried to make a pun out of that and it didn't work.
No. Yeah, but equip it and then two-hand it, and you'll see. So hold Y and hit right bumper.
Oh my god, yes.
See? You literally stab enemies with.
I'm literally a pugilist.
Like look, if you pan the camera in, you can see, or if you look at it in your inventory, you can see it's like actual script.
It's actual script, yeah. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's really, really funny. Just get murdered by Holy.
Yeah. I am now a monk.
Yeah.
Right, can I leave now, or...
Huh?
Do I return to entrance now?
Yes. So that's all that's down there now. You got all that stuff. That's good.
Yep.
Trying to think if there's like anything else for you to do there. Really, not so much. I think you can go back to. So when you warp out of Round Table, right? Don't come back to Fort Height yet. Go to the Church of Ella again and talk to Kale, because he will tell you about the whistling and he gives you the gesture that you need to progress that quest line.
Right, okay, so flash out to the church. Okay.
Yes. Church of Ella. The Church of Ella.
Ella. Bloody Ella.
Wait. Weren't
You...
Well, you're
We're
back.
back. Care to buy something?
Buy something?
Ask him about the howling.
About the Howling in Mistwood.
In the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about.
Who?
I know. Why not meet him for yourself?
Oh, we're gonna meet him, aren't we?
Wolf's howl. Make this signal right under the source.
Let's me hear the wolf's howl make the
There's
signal.
nothing to fear.
Okay.
I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Finger snap. Hey.
The signal. No, Mr. Big Bad Wolf, don't come poke me. Help me, Step Wolf, I'm stuck.
God damn it. What are you doing back so early, Step Wolf?
What are you doing, Step Wolf?
Hey Crisco, don't kill Santa. I will try not to kill Santa.
I love all the stupid memes that spawn from that too. Like,
Hmm.
I have one that's like a comic book style like panel,
Yeah.
and it's a girl like screaming, and then like a small ladder falls on her, and she's like, "What are you doing, Step Ladder?"
Oh my god, that's so good.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Step
Like,
Ladder?
that's fucking amazing. It's so stupid. Amazing.
Okay, so he's given me the finger snap now.
Okay, so now you can go back to Fort Height and pick me up. I'll show you where to use the finger snap.
Okay. But how you doing, Crisco? Hope you're doing okay. Come in. Actually, before I do that, let me just quickly check if I can make anything. Right. Oh, I got 29 of these now. Nice. I got 29 of these little things that finds summons.
the furrow calling remedies?
No.
Or the finger calling remedies?
I'm well. I hurt less today. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, because you said you run down from work and whatnot. So I'm glad that you've been able to rest.
Alrighty, alright.
Not gonna lie though, after yesterday, I was zonked.
Yeah.
I turned my PC off. I fell asleep instantly. I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to go that late, we don't have to.
No, it was fine. It was that was probably a decent time to go anyways.
Like 11-ish.
Yeah, 11ish, half 11. Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Also, I've bought a like stand now for my PC.
Yeah.
It's coming tomorrow.
Probably a good idea, so that you're
Yeah.
not sucking in dirt, fiber, and carpet.
Yeah.
Ruining your brand new toy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I heard what you said, and I was like, yeah, he's probably right.
Your brand new several $1,000 toy.
Yeah, just like down the drain. It's like,
Hey, you want to throw $5,000 down the toilet? Wow. Okay.
What is it? What is this place?
Unga bunga. All right.
Literally every time we warp here, we get fucking invaded.
Yeah, this is apparently a hot spot right now, which I don't like. He's right there. He's right above you.
Oh, is he? Oh. Hey, bud. Just gonna... Is he gonna stand? Oh, did he bow? I wasn't even looking if he was bowing or not.
I'm bowing to him to see if he does.
Oh, he does a fist bump, but oh, okay. He's got rocks on his halberd or whatever it is. Oh fuck, that's
And
him.
he's got ghost range on the halberd too.
Do me to help? Do me to help?
Nope.
No.
Got him. Yeah, I got him.
Oh, he healed.
Oh, yeah, get in here and help.
You bad die, motherfucker!
If he's gonna spam healing, then that's not following Code of Honor. You die.
Ow, that hurt. Get fucked.
Get barf doll mall doll ball doll marth doll.
The third. Senior.
Junior. Exactly.
First of his name.
What exactly? I forgot. We need the entire title. Don't forget Esquire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Darth
the
Maul,
last
Maul, Darth Maul, Aloysius, Lamar, the third, Senior,
Esquire.
Junior Senior, Esquire, the first of his name.
First, last of his name. All right, come on down the road here.
Oh, fucking hell. I'm coming.
Passive regen here. Yeah, so we're going back to the ruins. We do have to beat up the bear again. And then
Aw.
we'll find the right spot for you to use the fingers.
Well, at least he'll be a bit more bearable.
Okay, I'm gonna go cut my fingers off again.
Just, all I can think of is that Dies of Cringe emote.
Like,
There's like a there's an emote. I think is it BTTV emote? It's called Dies of Cringe,
yeah.
and it's like an egg, and it just in a suit, and it just falls to the floor like dead. And it's quite funny. It's just Dies of Cringe, all one word in caps.
So before you use it, stand right here and look all the way up, and you can see him standing up there.
Oh yeah.
See him?
So now I use the
Come over here and snap your fingers, like right here.
gestures, isn't it? Behind
Yes. And it's called finger snap.
Finger snap. Yes, now. Oh, hello. Fuck, you're a big boy.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he?
Oh, it's a big, strong wolf man doing
Ooh.
around these parts.
Maybe
Big bad
he
wolf.
seems so strange. The name's
He
Blythe.
kind of is. He's a bit of a badass.
Clever man who
Glyde is one of the coolest characters in this game.
fled so many
He does look
Story
very
is
cool.
Really, really sad, but he is one of the coolest characters.
It's always, I find that, man. Like, the coolest characters always have the real sad stories.
Well, pretty much everybody in this game has a really sad story if you like actually dig into it. Like they all have really depressing stories. Even really awesome characters like Millennia, like her story is extremely depressing.
We got wait.
In a nutshell, Millennia and Mikola are cursed the way they are because they are effectively children of incest, if you want to put it that way, because they're children of Marika and Radigan, but Marika is Radigan.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, because of that, like,
Ancestry.
abomination, like, you know, upbringing, or, like, you know,
Yeah.
bringing,
Yeah.
because of that, Mikola was cursed with eternal childhood, and Millennia was cursed to rot from within. So not only is that super depressing, but then on top of it all, Millennia spent her entire life simply trying to protect her little brother, Mikola.
Right.
So, like, all of Millennia's pain and suffering, all of her exploits, all of her, like, wars and everything that she won and fought...
Just to protect her brother.
Her sacrificing her humanity in her fight against Radon in order to stop Radon's, like, rampage. Millennia embraces her inner rot and sprouts the first, like, rot flower that essentially becomes the swamp over there in Caelid. She does all of that simply to try to protect her little brother Mikola. So it's like, it's super, super sad.
Very, very. Well, he said that.
Okay,
He said,
right?
yeah, I've spoken to him. He said something about Darrowil is a traitor.
About who?
Darrowil?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Darrywil. Darriwil.
Oh, well, keep talking to him and see it, like, make sure you exhaust all those dialogue, because I think I kind of know where his next thing is, but...
Yeah, he keeps saying Darrowil's a traitor and in need of a fitting end to his tale. That's what he keeps telling me.
Oh, yeah, okay, so now... No. Yeah, no, that's fair. I know what he wants now. First, let's go do this fort height thing so we can get the fuck out of this area and stop getting invaded. As well, though, I am going to show you one thing that you might have to come back and do yourself, because I don't think it'll let us both go underground together.
No. Oh, crystal ball thing. Wait, I think I just got unlocked an Ash of War that makes me do a ground slam with my arse.
Yeah, it's basically the Smaug thing, if you remember, like, Ornstein and Smaug from the first game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically Smaug's attack. Okay. So yeah, it's not going to let us in here together, but basically you want to come back to this building. So if you go to your map, you should be able to put, like, a marker, or just look and see. You should see, like, the...
Oh, there's a minor L tree here.
The Shifra, because I learned recently that is an Irish word, pronounced Shifra.
Ah, okay.
The Shifra River Well should be on your map now.
Is it? No, there's a minor Erd tree. That's about it.
Oh, okay. Well, then put a marker here so you can come back to this point by yourself.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're gonna want to go down there at some point just to get the bonfire that's at the bottom.
Okay.
Because we're gonna want to go there eventually so that you can see what the underground is like.
Lovely. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
Another crystal thing. The left.
This tree has a lot of them around it, but okay, before we kill it though, you notice how that one has a red glow to its dung pile?
Yes.
That means it'll restore a crimson flask when you kill it. If it's a blue glow, it'll give you a cerulean flask. If it's a white glow, it's an Ash of War. If it's a golden glow, it's a special Ash of War.
So don't grab it then?
Unless you need a flask charge back.
No. Spiked cracked tear I just picked up.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was a cracked tier over here. Okay, cool.
And
That's for the physic flask later on.
And a green spill crystal tear.
Yeah, that's actually really good that you got those.
I just saw it and I was like, ooh.
Yeah, I forgot those were even here. So that's what these, like, minor Erd trees are for. Usually there's one just chilling next to the tree like that, or you have to beat up
enemies.
What's called an Erd tree avatar.
Okay.
Like crystal tears. And those crystal tears are what go into your physic flask, which is the thing that I've been drinking to get my little bubble shield.
Ah, okay, and it improves like
Yeah.
the potency of it and stuff.
Well, no. Those crystal tears are what determine the effects of the fast.
Oh, see.
Yeah, it's a little hard to explain without you seeing the visuals for it, but the game does a pretty good job of telling you what it is once you get the flask. So,
Gotcha.
After we do Fort Height up here, I'll go ahead and look up and see how we get you that flask, because I honestly do not remember.
Okay.
It's a very, very helpful thing to have.
Oh, good. Tutel is not what I need to miss.
Yeah, no. Choodle is a little turtle.
Oh. Or a dog, in this case.
Yeah, exactly. See, you're getting it.
I'm
You're
catching on. I'm catching on. Yeah. One day. What's this? Yeah, this is where I like ran and got the golden seed and then fucked off.
Yeah, because that asshole came up and
Yeah, that's it.
invaded us.
Yeah, that's it.
Ruined our fun.
Ow. Oh, it's Pumpkinhead again.
Gotta hit these dudes in the back.
Yeah. I got a Sanctuary Stone. Ooh.
I still don't remember what those do. Yeah, that's right. We came up here and then I died. That's what.
Yeah, because all the barrels exploded and stuff.
Yep, I got burned and exploded before I could.
Yeah, that was funny.
It was a little funny, but
It was a little fun.
stop throwing fire at me. Will not be doing this again.
Oh, I got a rune arc. Really? Like, I kill a fucking rat and I end up and I pick up a rune arc from it. Okay.
I know. Who knew that rats were the keepers of the rune arcs?
Yeah. But then it's like, oh, you know, I buy 5 and all of a sudden now I'm just getting them from drops. It's like, oh, thanks, game. Thanks.
I'm just going up here to kill this asshole, so.
Yeah, Oh, Oh, hello. Whoa.
Do you get the item out of this room down here?
That's bleed. Ow. Oh, God. Careful.
Yeah, he's the dude that we're here to kill.
Yeah, I just killed him.
Nice.
Bloody Slash.
Yes. So that is a weapon art I would recommend putting on your basic bitch sword that you have there.
Okay. So when I go back to round table hold next.
Yeah, in a little bit. There's a couple things still to grab from here.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, when I go back to round table next time, then I'll try and remember and put that
Talk
on.
to the blacksmith back at the hold, right?
Yeah, I've talked to him. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I upgraded my
That's another thing. Hold on. Did you ever go back and talk to the chick in the red hood and tell her about her friends?
Oh, in the shack. No.
Yeah. Okay, so we should probably do that as well. Grab whatever there is to grab out of this tower here. I think you gotta climb to the top. And then we can go ahead and do that.
Okay. I don't think I went down below in the blower area. I just ran up the top.
Okay.
If there is anything down below, I don't know.
There was one item in the little room down below if you want to grab that before we go out. But this is an important thing as well.
Oh, we've been invaded.
Well, at least we're up here.
Oh, wait. Oh, he left. No, that's okay. That's fine. Cool.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He returned to his world.
Oh, Dectus Medallion left.
Yes, so we're going to need the Dectus Lift medallion because that's how we get to Altus Plateau, which is where, like, the capital is for later. So we need
Oh, no. Oh,
lucky there's a platform there.
fuck. Jesus, God. I think life just flashed before my eyes.
I was going to say, your life just flashed before my eyes as I watched you drop.
I just rolled and you were like, oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, just time stopped and I heard it was at this moment.
He fucked up. Yeah, that was pretty much me.
So down in here,
Oh, I think my heart rate just doubled.
yeah, down in this little room should be one item, and that's, I think, it in this castle.
Okay.
Yeah, like right.
Yeah, right here. Oh, well, cookbook. Nice.
Yeah, there you go. More crafting recipes. So, where is there's the fucking
Oh, I can create blood grease and a drawstring one.
Yeah. So,
So you want me to go back to?
round table and do your thing. Check your mind. Or before you go to round table, go talk to the girl in the shack because
Yeah, I was gonna say,
talking
should I
her
go
in
to the shack
is
first?
Send her to round table. So
Yeah.
yeah. Talk to the girl in the shack. That should send her to round table hold, and then you can talk to her in round table hold. And there's a little like back and forth you have to do between her and the blacksmith.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
You take this little one along with you.
What? Oh, I got jellyfish. For it.
Nice.
The poor thing deserves someone brave.
I got the jellyfish.
That's like your first free spirit
Spirits look
ashes.
rather fondly
Hmm.
upon you. It'll be
What are they?
good for your
Kitty, are you
company, I
zooming
think,
again?
The little one.
Do you have the zoomies again?
It
You
was
on
a pleasure
crack?
to see you.
I mean, you're always on crack, but
Oh,
like, are you extra on
Can
crack
you
today?
pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle,
Right.
tell them I
Kidnaps
love
fan
them.
runs away. No, not allowed. She's mine.
Despite
So
my
maybe get the spray
crazy
bottle.
heart,
She's saying if you see the little crystalids in the castle.
I'm finally getting the hang of
Thought I
this whole pain thing.
exhausted all dialogue from her. Oh wait, no. Give the memento. Right. Yeah, yeah. I'll do that now.
Yes, give her the memento.
What's this? A keepsake from my men.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness me, I can't.
Can't. Oh, she's crying. I'm sorry.
They all,
Yeah, she's sad because all of her friends are dead.
they all thought I'd
Mm.
make something
That's
for
understandable.
me.
Yeah, it makes sense.
can't
Again,
see
a lot of really depressing
Yeah.
side stories.
Yeah, just like, oh yeah, all my friends are dead. It's like, okay. It's like, I'm alone now. It's like, can you help me? And it's like, okay. And it's like, yeah, I had somebody that was with me, and it's like, yeah, they're dead. Oh, okay. I'll go over here now. She just said,
I'm gonna go. I've got things to do, like over there.
yeah, yeah. She just said, I'll go to the round table hold.
Mhm. Yeah. So now you go to the round table hold, meet up with her there, talk to her, and ow! My horse got murdered.
Oh yeah, there she is. She's sitting by the fire.
Getting stabbed in the face. What the?
Greetings.
Ow! Jesus Christ! What is happening?
Here again. My name is Roderica.
Oh, Roderica. What a nice name.
I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive?
Severely underestimated the power of this crossbow. It's shooting exploding bolts. That's why, son of a bitch. It's like, why is this thing doing so much to me? It's shooting explosive bolts.
I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots. Although
I'm going back to my
it's
roots.
a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
It's not what I wanted, but okay. Ow.
Okay.
And please
And-
allow me to express my thanks.
Oh, she's expressing her thanks.
From my men. It was as if I was
Yeah, so
frozen
just
with
there's a lot of
self-pity.
like it's literally like 6 stages of back and forth right now between her and the
You have my
blacksmith.
gratitude.
Just talk to her, talk to the blacksmith. Talk to the blacksmith about her. Go talk to her about the blacksmith.
Oh, she gave me a golden
Talk to the
seed.
blacksmith
Let's
about
go.
her
Let's
again.
fucking go.
Yeah, it's literally just like back and forth between her and the blacksmith talking about each other for a little while. And then eventually, once all is said and done and exhausted, you should be able to then like warp out and back to round table, and she will be your spirit ash tuner, which basically means in layman's terms she upgrades your spirit ashes.
Ah, okay, cool. Right, okay. Well, she gave me another golden seeds, and it was enough to upgrade my flask. So,
Oh, nice.
Where have you been hiding?
I haven't done anywhere, mate. I've been killing fucking demigods.
No matter, it's all the same.
Little bitch.
Lay out your arms then.
Oh, you know, I've just been out killing demigods,
Yeah.
as one does.
Boy here.
Oh, bad. Yeah.
Crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade.
I mean,
Gift for spirit tuning.
okay. He's saying that she's got a gift for spirit tuning.
Long ago,
Yeah.
their eyes share the same hue.
Yeah, so that's the stuff you talk back and forth between her and the blacksmith about, because the blacksmith can teach
What
her.
happens? It says what happens if I talk about the chains on his legs?
If you what?
It says with the smithing master, I can talk about the chains on his legs.
Oh, that's if you want to know his lore.
Ah,
You want
okay.
to know some of the blacksmith's backstory? That's yeah.
That's that. Okay. Okay. I'll just go back to Roderica now. Hello.
To see you. Thank goodness.
I know we're not getting like any of the good spawns we need. I know.
Own purpose. It's not easy by any means, but it's what I must do.
Last 2 days of their
Tell her what the blacksmith
anniversary
says.
event, and we
I
get
possess
fucking no
some
spawns.
kind of gift. I don't believe you.
She doesn't believe me. God damn.
If I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first,
Aw.
I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he
Speak was
doesn't
just as
feel
bad? Oh, I know.
intimidating and holds
No, not in your opinion. It
Tarnished.
truthfully was,
I
Kyoto.
know
Like,
he's
it
trapped here at the
factually
Round
was
Table
bad.
Hold. So, I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all. If I do have a talent for... I suppose I'll ask Master...
Okay, so she'll ask Master Hugh to teach her. Okay, and then if I go back and see him.
Back already.
Yep.
No matter.
About Rodrika.
What about her?
Do you watch over her?
Out of your mind. Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith?
She wants to talk to you.
Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it.
He's doubting, saying like, why would... It's what she wants.
I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
Right, okay, so he's also doubting it. Jesus, okay, this is going...
Like I said, it's a lot of back and forth real quick.
Fine. Yeah, so...
If I do have a I suppose I should... I'll ask Master...
Oh, wait, what?
If I do, I suppose I'll ask Master...
Oh, that's Master Hugh. Okay, so she's not... Okay, so that hasn't gone forward. What about if I talk to...
Already. No matter.
Okay, I can't talk to him about it either. Do I have to leave and come back?
If you've exhausted all the dialogue to them about each other, then yes, you leave and come back, and she'll be sitting like right across from the blacksmith,
Mm-hmm.
and she'll have her own little like station and stuff, and she'll be able to upgrade your ashes now.
Oh, yeah, actually, while I'm here, I can do the Bloody Slash for the straight
Yes,
sword.
that was the other reason why you're gonna, yeah. And if you want it to scale bleed properly, make sure that when you select an element, you select bleed. And then you'll have to start leveling up your arcane a little bit, but that's fine.
Oh, yeah, you either have standard, heavy, keen, quality, or blood.
Blood.
Yeah, because that
gives you
causes
actual
the blood loss,
damage
yeah.
on the sword.
Okay, I've done that now. Okay, so if I leave the round table and go to the church, I guess, and then come back. What I might do as well, because it's coming up to ads in about 5 minutes, I might just take a break and get a drink and stuff.
That's fine. For it.
Right, so if I head back to the Table of Lost Grace.
Holy shit! I just got raided as well. So if you want to take your break, I'm gonna handle this raid here.
Oh, shit. Go for it.
Oh shit! Give me 1 sec. I'll be
No
right
worries.
back.
No worries. Oh yeah, she is. Oh, let's go.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm
Aww.
as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish. But if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly...
I'll certainly... Yeah, fucking go for it, girl.
Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Okay, so with the spirit tuning menu, you can spend runes and grave glove words. To strengthen the spirits you summon from ashes. To strengthen named spirits, you'll need ghost glove words. Okay, so I need... Okay, so I've got 2 so far. So I've got a jellyfish and I got wolves. Awesome.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arm.
Lay your arms on... Yeah. Oh, I can talk about Rodrigo again.
I spoke with the girl. She
Oh.
has a gift for spirit tuning. So I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
No worries, buddy. It's all good. You know what? You're a good egg. Alright. You're a good egg. Okay, so we've done that. That's all done. We've got her as a spirit tuner now. That's cool. I've got the thing for so Fort Hague we've done, Hague we've done now, so that's all done. Wait, isn't there somebody on the first step? There's a merchant on the in the bonfire here, isn't there? Or somebody you talk to. Oh wait. The map. Yeah. When does I've made enough off to learn it with you then? Seek the Rose Church west of the gate town. Bravo. Oh, so he was there, but then he disappears. Okay. Cool. Right. I think as it's going to go to 3 hours, I said there's going to be a 3 minutes worth of ads coming through, so I am going to level up really quickly. So let me level up my endurance. Yeah, I need your endurance at 20. So that's we got it to 18. So that's good. So we'll leave that. I'll leave my guy sitting there a minute, and then yeah, I'll be hopefully about 5-10 minutes, and then I'll come back, and then hopefully Ben will be sorted with his raid, so I can and whatnot. So yeah, I'll be right back. So yeah, if Ben is looking for me, tell him I've gone on my break, okay? But I'll be back in a mo. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Patience.
All right. Back off. Wait, what? Let me take a peek. Take a peek at yours. Oh no, he is still on BRB. Okay, that's fine. Bring this back up. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, we're just chilling right now, taking a little bit of a breather. We've been at it for 3 hours, so we're just kind of taking a stretch real quick. So apologies for not being in the heat of the action when you guys write in, but we'll be back at it here soon enough. Just make sure meta as well that you do your post-stream scare, but post-stream care, bud. God, words are hard a lot. But do your post-stream care, get your food and water and all that shit.
Ah, nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Do this. I like that visual.
My God.
Yeah, I like that visual. That's a good
Wow.
visual right there. It's like a computer background, I feel like. If only I could get rid of the little symbol on the left side of the screen, but that's like a computer.
I guess you could say that was a catastrophe.
Post-stream scare sounds stressful. Yeah, exactly, right? Just, oh, I'm done streaming. Brah. Although, knowing Meta's community, they'd probably do it to him. The few people that I know in his community, they'd probably do that to him.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Alright, so where are we gonna go next?
I've just noticed. Yeah, I suck with the storytelling.
Schiefer River. I don't have those
I feel the same way when people approach me. Savage changed color again. Oh, are we doing this? Oh, I'm Grant. Howdy.
That one's okay.
Oh.
This one's the annoying one. I don't remember how to
Chat's out of control. Chat's out of control. You're in, bound me now. I'm assuming I just get out of here now, do I? Walk away, you know how. Don't stop caring about me now. Aren't you the guy?
get to that.
Somebody clip that.
I do not remember. Is it? Oh wait, is it from over here?
Oh.
No. Do we get from deeper depths of the Ainsel River? Huh. Let me do a little bit of the googling real quick. Hang on. Let me see where we're at here, where we're going, where we need to go, I should say.
Or the game just.
Way gate at the top of Rena's Rise. Okay. Or by taking a coffin in the deep root depths. Okay, so it is from the deep root depths. Okay, which is fine, because I know how to get to the deep root depths, so I can...
I do think the SNES has the better sound chip. Not compared to the
So I can easily do that.
compared to the Genesis. Oh. Ow. I'm st That's fine, it's fine. We're good. Oh, why is the safe over there?
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So yeah, that's fine. I know how to do that. I know how to do all that stuff.
That's insane.
What was the other one? Oh, yeah.
I had no right to get him from there. Shit, sorry.
How do we get this thing?
Oh god, fucking own teammate takes me out. Nice.
Third Church of America. I think I have that as a waypoint
But
on my map.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Yep, it's right there. Okay,
to the
perfect.
chat,
So
let's
I
go.
need to take him up there to get it.
Hey,
Cool. That's
Finally
easy
awake.
enough. Actually, that's
and under the tree.
easy. It's very, very nice.
Explosion. Avoid the snowmobile. Explosion. Explosion. Smash into the barn.
I hate my
Back?
life.
Welcome back.
I genuinely hate my life.
While you were away, I was looking up a couple of things for some extra routes for us to take so that we can explore a little more, as well as to find that flask of wondrous physique for you.
Welcome.
Yeah. So we're actually really close to the flask if you want to go grab that first.
yeah, I don't mind, yeah.
Okay. Cool. And that's an ooh bat. Gotta cut loose.
Fantastic ending to Clash of the Castle. Guaranteed I'm only the only Scottish wrestling fan to say that.
Huh?
Hey, I was just talking to Jax. He's been watching some WWE wrestling pay-per-view.
Gotcha. Good luck in the catches, everybody, by the way.
I mean, as long as you enjoyed it, Jax, that's the main thing.
Close that out.
I mean, that's pretty much been the storyline, isn't it? For a while. So, the whole Drew and Punk thing. So.
Okay, so before we go get your flask, warp to the Aghill Lake South bonfire and then head up the hill to that Everjail that I showed you before, because now that you have met Blythe and he's told you about the traitor,
Oh, we can now
that's where
fight
you
him.
pick up. Yep, you got to go into that jail and fight the dude that's in there.
Gotcha. Okay,
I think you have to do that without me.
Okay, so I just go run and do that now. Yeah.
Yeah, you might as well. It's an easy fight. You should be fine. Plus, you'll have Blythe helping you.
Ah, yeah.
Or you should be able to, like, summon him. So.
Cool. I will do that then.
Yeah.
I'm all for that because it'll make the eventual match fucking huge. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
You got a piece of candy.
Like, that eventual match that will happen, like later down the line, I think it's probably going to be SummerSlam, probably. So, yeah. Huge. Huge stuff.
Huge. It's gonna be huge.
Huge. Right, entering the Evergale jail thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know, it looks really weird, it's spelled really weird, but it's still just jail.
Oh yeah, I can summon him. I can summon Blythe.
Yeah, there you go. So summon Blythe, kick ass with him.
Right.
It's, like I said, it's a really easy fight anyway.
That's the case, yeah. That makes sense, Jax. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Gotta look at the bigger picture, am I right?
So, by the way, since you have that remembrance of Nodic Godric or whatever the hell his name is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
If you take that to the finger reader, I believe, at Round Table Hold, that's where you can make boss weapons. But then there's another thing you can do with remembrances before you do that. If you want to use it just,
Right. Okay. Hang on. Just. Oh. Ow. Yeah. He did. First tried him. Nice. Like fucking mollywopped them big time. Bloodhound's Fang. I just got Bloodhound's Fang. The weapon.
Oh, okay. Ow.
Yeah, I beat him first round. I summoned Blade and we kicked his fucking
like I
ass.
said, Blythe is really cool, and he makes that fight even easier than it already is, which is already a really easy fight. So.
Yeah, it was fucking like no contest.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a curved greatsword, Bloodhound's Fang. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, it causes build up as well. Blood loss.
Yeah. So, nice. But now that you have that done, you should be able to just talk to Blythe.
Oh yeah, he's outside. He's just waiting here, really.
Yeah.
Hey,
talk to him, exhaust his dialogue, and that's pretty much it for his quest line for the time being.
Okay.
I had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Oh, I got two. Oh, Sombring Smithing Stone 2. Nice.
Oh yes.
Although, isn't your
I should say
sword already a 2?
I think I might need an. Oh, do I need a 2 or a 3?
I thought you needed a 3.
I think I need a 3. But for the crystal sword, yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Still, though, you got a 2 for later if you find another special weapon you want to upgrade. Or like one of the boss weapons or something.
Oh, he's saying it's time we part ways. I think he said I think he did say he owes us one.
Yeah. So for the time being, you don't need to worry about doing anything with him because his next step is going to be in one of two places: either the Festival of Combat down at Radon's Palace, or up in the Caria Manor, which I think it's the Caria Manor is next, but that's like way northwest of us.
Okay. So where do you want me to go now?
Pretty much now, head to the Waypoint Ruins. Because there's a few things that are worth kind of doing here. Head actually back to the First Step bonfire. We'll go either to the First Step or the Church of Ella. Either one of those is fine.
Yeah, I've gone to the First Step.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do. There's one neat little reference thing that I want to show you here in the Lake of Aghill first, and then we can move on.
I will use my thing. Let me know when you put your thing, where your sign down. Sorry.
Sign is down.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's behind me. Ding dong. Summoning cooperator.
wow, this message on the ground just told me I got no bitches. It's like a propaganda message, and it says, "Find yourself maidenless."
Yeah, I seen
Bruh,
that.
you're gonna tell me I don't got no poon, man.
Yeah. Literally, it's like, yeah, are you maidenless? Head to the church. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. No pussy for you? Come be religious, I guess.
Yeah, you know.
Make it official. Take your
Haha.
celibacy vows.
Yeah. I did get a bravo gesture, so that was quite nice.
Yeah. Bravo.
Bravo,
Alright,
good sir.
So down to the lake. Down
Oh, this is where you get this is in the lake is where you have the chest that like takes to the fucking mine.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
No, thank God.
No, that's bad. We're not doing that one. That is very bad.
I'm gonna say that, like, I was like, please don't do that. Let's do that. 'Cause that scares me.
No.
Oh.
Bloody finger, Peter. Oh my God.
Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Peter.
Hey,
Peter.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Peter.
Roadhouse.
Yes, exactly. Alright, well, I have no idea where the hell he's gonna spawn in this fucking lake, so just keep your eyes peeled.
I am keeping my eyes peeled.
Join a monastery, exactly.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
What you got going there?
We're just gonna do that shit all day now, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Joe.
I have no clue where the hell this guy would have spawned. Because being in the lake here, there's like a million spawn points.
Oh, he's running behind me. Running.
We'll just kind of wait here. If you want.
Do we just wait? No.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Is he bowing? Oh! He stopped.
Bowing.
You stopped him.
Bows, then... Yes.
Oh, he bowed.
Right, we'll do it
Alright.
honorably.
Potentially, unless he starts fucking. Whoa. Okay. What the fuck has he got? Like a mace of some sort.
It's the weapon art or enchantment that's on it.
Oh. Oh, he's. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Goodbye.
As soon as I saw his guard break, I was like, all right, I win.
Well, you're fucked. It's like, oh, you have no guard now? Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. He's using the Dorito shield, which is like one of the actually decent shields in this game, but
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
not enough.
It didn't last very long.
It was not enough.
You can only delay the inevitable so much.
Yeah, exactly, right? Ow. Don't poison me. Stupid fucking testicle. Don't tell me those don't look like lumpy nut sacks.
I mean, now that you mention it.
Okay, so you see how these things are glowing on the ground? You have to smack them before they get back up.
Oh.
Very Catacombs of Karthus, if you remember that from Dark Souls 3.
Okay, so as they're like rising up, then you got to hit them.
Well, while they're glowing on the ground, you have to hit them again, so that way it like properly finishes
It
them.
banishes them.
Or if you use holy damage, they stay dead.
Okay. Holy moly!
I think it's holy damage. It might be.
It makes sense.
It
It would make sense if it's holy because they are undead.
Yeah.
Oh, it checks out.
I can hit him. Damn.
He's dead.
Hit the bug. Dude.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I thought you were like trying to hit the undead thing. I was like, it's already dead. What are you doing?
Hang on, real quick before we go that way.
He's already dead.
I have that one. I have that one on my redeemed. Here's some flowers for you, just in case.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah. Alright, so we should get invaded up here, but he'll be easy for us to beat. As
Oh, the
well
one
as
time we
there's
actually expected invasion.
yeah, it's a guaranteed NPC invasion.
Nice.
And then once the NPC is gone, there's a tunnel right here that we want to go in.
Okay.
So I'll
So
meet you like inside this tunnel afterwards.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, Nereus. Now, if you keep Nereus busy long enough without killing him, we get another NPC to join and we get some dialogue. So if you want to do that, we can. Otherwise, we can just kick its ass.
It is fucking okay. Yeah, no. He just decided. Oh,
He backstabbed me. What the fuck?
yeah. He's gonna die. Yeah, I've decided he's died. Oh, he summoned Yura.
Nereus is dead. And there's Yuria.
Are we fighting?
Late to the
Oh
party
no.
as ever, Yuria.
Oh no, he just disappeared.
Dickhead.
Oh, so he comes in and helps you. Ah.
Yes. Because that NPC invasion is specifically part of Yuria's quest plan.
Oh yeah, and it said he was a finger hunter. So.
Yep.
That sounded awful coming out of my mouth out of context.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I'll meet you inside this cave.
Okay.
Gonna cut my fingers off.
I know somebody who's a finger hunter. No, we're not going to talk about that. It's fine.
No. Don't even start down that path.
No, that's not. That's not.
Worms that you're never gonna be able to shut.
No, yeah, that's a humdinger. Nothing cinema. No, you didn't hear what I just said. No. Also, hi. I just.
When you go in and sit at that bonfire, my sign will be down right there for you.
I just walked in on what finger? Finger hunters. That's what you just walked in on.
He wants to finger some hunters from Bloodborne.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There's a thing called finger hunters, and I just made it incredibly lewd, as per usual. Oh yeah, I see your summon sign. What? What? Yeah, that's the thing in this game. Finger hunters. Listen, I don't make the rules, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. I didn't make this game.
It's all lore related, though.
well, no kink shaming from me. You do you.
Exactly. You do you, buddy.
Yeah, you.
Aha! I have my hip lamp finally.
Woohoo!
Look, I glow now. See, I can actually light the damn way. Ding dong, ding dong, ding 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 dongs.
I don't think I've been down. Oh, I've been poisoned. There was a. Oh, ow. There was a cave. Back near the. Do you know where we went? Oh no, I need words. The main gate as you go towards the castle. And there's like the map stone, and then there's all that encampment with all the knights and stuff. Yeah, I know there's a cave just before, like on the left hand side that you can go into. I remember going in there once.
Grove Side Cave. We did not go into that one.
Yeah, I know we haven't gone to town, but this just kind of reminded me of that one because there was a boss in there. I think I had to fight like two rogue thieves, I think it was. I ended up using my spirit summons.
Not there yet.
I ended up using I used the spirit wolves. I just ended up using those to try and kill them all. And it worked.
Yeah.
Sorry, it just reminded me of that area.
You're fine. I think you can use this cave moss, by the way, to make some of the poison cure things.
I think it's well, the poison's gone now, so.
Yeah, neutralizing boluses. They use herba, cave moss, and great dragonfly heads.
Ben is Onion Knight? Yeah, I mean, he pretty much is, yeah.
Wait, I'm a what?
Well, he's not an Onion Knight, he's just got a pot on his head. He's just got a pot on his head, Cinema. It's all good.
Yeah.
He's a pothead. Hey, you said that, not me.
Yeah,
You said that, not me. Yeah. I was like, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I thought it, but you said it.
Oh, Wormadam. Wait. Hold on. Isn't that the ground type version? Hold up.
Sandy. Madame Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy. That's the ground type. This is a weekly miss Pokemon, all you people in my chat trying to catch this fucking thing. It's a miss type. Miss ground types.
I hope it's a clean pot.
We're gonna do...
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And Ben's good at cleaning his pots, I'd say.
Pokecatch Safari Ball, because fucking why not?
I don't think he's a type to leave his pot dirty.
No.
He likes to give it a good scrub.
Alrighty, so
moving on.
not ground though. Wait, I thought Sandy was ground type. Is Sandy not ground type? No. The Sandy variant is ground type, is it not?
Oh.
Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, Lycan just did his Pokestart. He got a score bunny.
I thought the Sandy one was ground type because I know one of them is steel. Hold on. Yeah, the Sandy Wormadam is ground bug. I know I'm not crazy. You people are driving me insane. Like, fucking, you're stop it. I knew what I was talking about. I knew the hell.
No, you're all good.
I knew what the hell I was talking about. You fucking make me doubt myself. It's bug grass for the base form Wormadam. It's steel bug for the trashy form, and then it's ground bug for the sandy form. I fucking knew it. Like, there's no way. El Bureau lied to me. El Bureau doesn't differentiate. That's why. El Bureau can't keep up with the variants, unfortunately. But that's why I was trying to call it out. I was like, I know this thing is a ground type. I'm not insane, I promise you. Alright, go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't even know what my starter.
What's this? There's no boss?
But there's gonna be a boss, isn't there?
Yeah, you should open this treasure chest.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Is it a mimic?
No, just trust me.
Surprise!
Just listen. Just pay attention and listen.
Well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh?
Yeah, I did, to be honest.
Do you recognize him?
Oh, fucking
It's
Patches. Yeah, you're gonna fucking die, dude. Like, just, yeah. I love how he went to kick me and I just dived out the way and you were like, oh.
Yeah, so by the way, if you don't kill him, like, he gives up before he gets to no health. He gives up and you can choose to spare him or kill him.
Yeah, I think so. I know you can have him as a merchant, can't you?
Yes. But since you killed him, you can pick up his bell bearing and take it to the Twin Husks and just...
Yeah, I just picked up his bell ring now.
Yeah. So, you can take that to the Twin Husks and buy all the shit he had. I think he had more, like, rune arcs and stuff, if you want to do that real quick. Go for it.
Okay.
Patches
How much?
is gross. Patches is...
He's a piece of shit.
What do you mean Patches is gross? Patches is just Patches. He's a dickhead, but he's not gross.
Just a piece of shit.
He's a lovable dickhead. Love to hate him, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, GG on that score bunny starter, Lycan.
Nice. Someone got a Fever Bunny. I don't find him lovable. Yeah. Wait, since when have you played these games? He's mean? Yeah, he is. That's what I said. He's a dickhead. Patches is a dickhead, but he's the reoccurring dickhead that everybody loves to hate, so.
Mm-hmm. Right, let's head back to round table hold.
Yes. So you go back to round table, turn in the bell bearing, get anything you want out of a shop, and then meet me at the... it's going to be a bit of a trek, but meet me at the Agheel Lake North bonfire again. Playing them, but I've watched so many streams. Yeah, I will say, Patches in Bloodborne is gross, because Bloodborne Patches is a fucking demon spider with a human head, and I don't like that.
No, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, no, it's horrifying. He literally turned into a spider who went insane.
Cinema.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Funny.
No.
I'm actually just here to tell you that you should get some cheeky Nando's and get some drinks with the fellas. That's perfect on showers. You've nailed down the lingo already.
I've seen so many Patches, yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm at a Tesco for cartons of soupies Ain't nothing wrong with cans of soup.
I don't think he's streamed Bloodborne yet.
Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just a pain in the ass to do Bloodborne anymore because it has to be through the fucking PS3 because, you know, Sony hates money and they don't want to fucking let them remake Bloodborne or remaster it. I guarantee they would make, like, easily, they would make millions off of re-releasing Bloodborne. Even if they didn't do anything to it, if they just, like, ported it to PC or said, like, here's crappy 15-year-old Bloodborne but on new consoles, like, even if it ran like shit, they would still make millions because people have just been asking for that game for so long.
So just looking.
Sony's just like, we don't want to. We have all this evidence around us to prove that people clearly want that IP back. We don't want to. And Miyazaki's even said it himself. He's like, yeah, you know, I'd love to, you know, remake Bloodborne or whatever, but it's not in our hands. We don't technically own the IP at FromSoft. Like, that really, really sucks.
Wait. So FromSoft don't own Bloodborne.
No, FromSoft does not own Bloodborne. Just like FromSoft technically does not own Demon Souls.
Ah. I can get a stone sword key.
Huh?
I'm looking at Patches' like items in the shop.
If you can buy the stone sword key and you can afford it, then sure, go ahead. It's worth having.
Yeah.
Like I said, you find plenty of them.
Yeah. Well, it didn't have any rune arcs, so.
Oh, okay. I thought he did have some.
No, he didn't have any.
It might be in a special bell bearing shop though. If you look.
I looked in this second. Yeah, I looked in that one. Yeah.
Okay.
It's under bearing shop 2, and got stock and Patches things there. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, okay. So Agheel Lake North is where we're going next, and then we've got a little bit of a hike to get.
Agheel Lake North.
Third Church of Marika, which is where we're gonna find your flask.
Oh, goody. Right. Yeah, this is where I was talking about before about that cave. There they are.
Yeah, I know. I knew where you were talking about. There's actually 2 things over here. There's the Groveside Cave that we ran past when we were running from Dillweed.
Mm-hmm.
But then further off to the west, there's actually a set of catacombs as well.
Yeah, because there's a cave, isn't there, by the church, which takes you to the island on the southwest. Right?
The coastal cave, where if you work your way down from the Church of Ella or the first step on fire, if you work your way to the west and then down, yes, that cave leads you out to the Church of Dragon Communion in the
yes, because I got the dragon heart and stuff. I can take it there if need be.
Well, so there's also the Cathedral of Dragon Communion in Caelid, and the Cathedral of Dragon Communion is where you actually unlock dragon skills.
Okay.
The dragon hearts. The Church of Dragon Communion just has, I believe, another dragon and dragon hearts at it.
Okay. So. Cool. Right, let me use
We can go get those if you want at some point.
No, I was just curious what it was, that's all.
If you didn't want to do incantations or anything, I figured, like, there's not really much point doing them now.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Extra side stuff later if we have extra time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. If we measure anything in quart.
Measure anything in what?
Quart. I need 2 quarts. Shaz is like, I need 2 quarts of broth. And we're like, what?
Jesus fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I've outed myself. That wasn't me visiting the UK. You might need to hide inside.
Yeah.
However, there's just a lot of sun and showers at the moment, more than usual. That is true. Today's been rain, then it stopped for 10 minutes, then it rained again, then it stopped raining, 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 and now it's raining again.
It's like the weather out here.
It's yeah, I don't know if you're sensing a pattern, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, you are on the British Islands, so like it makes sense.
Yeah, we do live in Wales.
Exactly. You live in a perpetual storm of sadness. God damn it! Snorkel, leave us alone. Fucking can't take 2 steps without getting invaded in this game anymore. It sucks. This is why we need to just like power level you to like 1,000 or something like me. So
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Hi. Oh, you just gotta go for you. Okay. He's just gonna go.
no, he's going for you.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for me.
Yeah, and he's gonna get his ass kicked.
I was like, yeah, just keep coming, bud. I'm there like Ben, like just Ben, just come, just like right a bit now, forward. And just like, and then attack. I also said here, let me out myself. Oh yeah, that's don't do that. Yeah, but Wales is wetter than England. Ooh. True. Ask Ben if he knows where Wales is. Ben knows where Wales is. I've asked him before.
I haven't been to Wales specifically, but I do know where Wales is.
Yeah, he's too scared to see me. I get that.
No, I just didn't even know when I was in London.
He's like,
when I was in London.
To be fair, I think if you did visit Wales, you probably aged like 20 years.
I don't need that. I'm already like 90 fucking physically.
You're just like, oh god damn it, why does everything suck?
Dude, when I was in Ireland though, good god, like I got sick just because of the weather and how like windy it was, and I couldn't recover because the plan that my mom had set up, because it was a trip originally for my little brother's high school graduation, but because of COVID, we didn't get to go when he actually graduated. We had to
Yeah, you have to wait like a couple of years, yeah.
Yeah. So we ended up going when he was 21, like 20 or 21.
And
like my mom had this trip all planned out where we went and visited, like we did a whole loop. We landed in Dublin and then did like a whole loop around the entire island.
wow.
And yeah, it was a fun trip, but holy shit, like the fact that we were on the move like every day. Once I got sick, I didn't have time to recover because we were just constantly on the move. So I was never getting any rest or anything.
Yeah, that was rough.
Wet and windy, which is great for when you're sick. So I was like,
yeah.
fuck me. It was literally
God
like every
damn
day
it.
we had to find a new pharmacy so that I could buy just a brick of allergy and cold meds and stuff. So,
I have a different issue. It's 41 degrees, then it's not 41 degrees, and it's 43 degrees, then it's not 43 degrees, and it's 42 degrees, and then it's 45 degrees Celsius. Jesus Christ.
that's kind of how our weather is out here. It's been like 95, and then at night it's rainy thunderstorms, and then the next morning it's 105, and then at night raining thunderstorms, and then the next day it's 100,
Yeah, see,
and then at night raining thunderstorms. It's
yeah.
fucking decide. Stop being bipolar, you ass.
See, here it's like
Get her
15
shit
degrees. It's like 15 degrees Celsius, not 43.
Mother Nature's going through like menopause or something right now. It's really pissing me off.
Wales is in the ocean. I mean, yeah.
I guess technically speaking, right? Like,
Yeah. It's an island surrounded by water. Part of an island surrounded by water. I mean, technically all land is in the ocean because it's just above the ocean. Right?
Yes. But there is a size limit, so to speak. On
Yeah. Of course.
differentiating, like a continent and an island and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you said like, oh my god, Asia is in the ocean, it's like, come on now. Oh, don't get me started on that, please.
Yeah,
I've heard
exactly.
some people.
I'm going to like cut your kneecaps off now. Please.
Yeah. It's like
Twist your nipples until they come off.
you'd like me to dox myself, wouldn't you? No, no. Please don't dox yourself. Oh, stop lying to the Americans. I live on the coast, so I can technically that does apply to me more because I'm closer to the sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like our trip to Ireland was fantastic, dude. Like I got to see I went to Jameson, obviously.
Yeah.
As one does in Dublin. And
Yeah.
then we went to visit like the Blarney Stone and Roddy Castle and stuff like that. Like, it was a really, really cool trip. We got to go to the Titanic Museum. That was really fun.
Nice.
It was a really neat trip. trip, but like I was nowhere near you ever on that trip, and I was also sick. So I was like, "There's no point
Yeah,
in
just
trying to do
just
anything."
take me.
Like,
Just-
I'm like dead. The last couple days of the trip, literally like the last couple days after we landed back in Chicago, I was just like, "Okay, leave me in the hotel until we're ready to go home."
Fair. I live on the coast whilst you're a bandicoot. We know you live in Australia. What? No.
Look, that's just proof that Australians are paid actors. Because if bandicoots are supposed to be Australian and Welshy's a bandicoot, there you go. Conspiracy exposed. But that should be your flask of wondrous physic.
Yes, I just picked it up. Yeah.
Cool.
The
So
lies we
now-
tell each other. I know, right? Oh god damn it, cinema! Why?
So now, if
Aussie
you,
accent. Why?
If you, oh god, here we go. Now, if you go to any of the bonfires, you should be able to put some of those crystal tears you have in the physic. It's just an extra flask. You can't like add extra charges to it or anything, but it's a one-time per rest flask that you can use that gives whatever buffs you have in the crystal tears.
Oh, I got a secret tear. Nice.
Yeah, so you can also bump your potency of your flasks.
Okay, I will do it. Just give me a minute, and I will do that. Hold on. So mix wondrous physic, right?
Yep, and then whatever tiers you have, I don't know which ones you
I
have.
have 3.
Yeah, so which ones do you have?
I have Crimson Crystal tier, Green Spill
I don't know what
Crystal
they do by
tier.
heart, so you gotta
Okay, sorry. So I got one that restores half of total HP.
Okay.
One temporarily boosts stamina, and then one
Stamina or boost stamina regen?
just temporarily boosts stamina.
Okay, so that's probably maximum stamina then, I think.
Yeah, and then one enhances charged attacks for a time.
I would say probably the health and stamina.
Okay, yeah.
Because then you can use it to heal and get an extra bump to your stamina for a little bit.
Okay.
So having that just one extra heal is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's asking me to talk to Melina.
You can get some better ones at least.
Do I talk to Melina?
Yeah. Whenever you can, you want to talk to Melina.
Oh, Melina, sorry.
She gives you like the main story stuff, the important main story information that you need. That's where you get it from, is her.
Because dance monkey dance. I could make you wear a cozy. I mean, you could. You could.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, she said, am I interested in something?
Yes.
Yes.
She's gonna offer you an accord, and you're gonna say yes.
My lord.
And then she'll be like, "All right, here's the keys to this '97 Honda Accord. It's parked around back. Go throw it in the dumpster for me."
Thanks. Right, let me get a timer on for this fucking Australian accent because apparently I'm Australian. So okay. 10 minutes is the time.
You do this to yourself, Walshy.
I gotta give the people what they want sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah.
Now that we're in Australia,
I need to conveniently go to the bathroom for 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, you can go right ahead. I don't mind. Now that we're in Australia, I'm Welsh B, and we're going on a Macca's. Oh wait, I should probably do that in the Australian accent. Hang on. Give me a
Yeah,
sec.
start in the accent now, so you get your 10 minutes.
Okay. Righto. Now we're in Australia. I'm Welsh B. We're going on a Macca's run. Hungry Jack's is closed. It's good as. Fucking too right, mate. Playing some bloody Elden Ring. And I'm fucking gonna kick some ass. I'm gonna find me a wallaby and kick it up in the ass and call it Jack. I don't know. Something. Anyways, Ben, you put your sign down?
No, you're not summoning me over there.
Right, where am I summoning you, mate?
Go back to... Well, do you want to start making, like, forward progression now?
I don't mind, mate. I don't mind.
Alright, go back to Godric the Grafted Bonfire and then start working your way towards the back of his arena. And you can just kind of find your way through the little castle there. And
Godric the Grafted.
You'll dump out in Liurnia of the Lakes.
Right, okay.
There should be a bonfire there and stuff. Look around inside the little like castle room though as well, because there should be something that gives you a Shabriri grape, if I remember right.
Right, do I need to look around the arena where we fought Godric?
No, just in the building behind the arena.
Right, okay, okay.
Yeah.
You're a true blue Aussie now, mate. Yeah, exactly. It's because I didn't get me Chaos Rain with Ethereum yesterday. I need my fix. Ah. Fair play, mate, fair play. Right, okay. Oh, there's a big ass throne with a message. With a
See
message.
you there, Lurkin. How are we doing, bud?
Behold, high spot. Yeah, that's not that's. Ben is just carrying on, totally unfazed, great professional. I mean, he is. Ben is definitely not laughing as we speak right now, or cringing.
No, I'm actually looking at how to change my clothes because cosmetics.
I'm exhausting all the Aussie slang that's still pertinent. I don't want to make this some sort of Renaline chat.
Jesus Christ.
That's fair, mate. That's fair. Right, so I need to find my way through this bloody labyrinth of a place. Where's bloody Thor when you need him? He's Australian too, isn't he?
No.
Neighbours. Everybody does need some good neighbours. Also, I don't know if you can say the C word in here, you know. Cheer? The joke is that's for New Zealand? Oh, right, okay. I didn't realise that. Right, so I descend down this ladder.
Man, that's really unfortunate because I like the look of this armor, but
Oh,
like...
fucking hell, there's somebody just frozen.
Huh?
Oh, I've got a Shabriri grape?
Shabriri grape, yes. So that's what I was talking about. That's what you needed from those dudes.
Please take my grapes. I mean, I beg your pardon, mate. That's a bit lewd coming from you, mate. I bet you're bloody happy, Cinema. I bet you're bloody happy.
13 away from the Master Ball. Then I can just start dumping Safaris into everything. Yeah, same, Broby1. I'm like 10 or 11, I think, away from
Oh, right, I'm outside again.
You fucking spawn event spot. Yeah, so if you go outside and then head like a little bit to the left, you should see there's another.
Oh, I can see a bloody Sword of Grace.
Yeah.
Liurnia the Lakes.
You can touch your grass there, and then if there's an NPC standing like against the rock there, talk to her and give her the grape.
What rock?
The rock that's literally like right next to the bonfire there.
Oh, this one here.
I'm not looking at your screen.
Oh, okay. I'm looking, but I can't see any.
You'd be able to see her if you're sitting next to the bonfire. She's literally like right there. So.
If she's not on the bonfire, then no.
Picks up on the edge of the cliff there. If she's not standing against that boulder, then she's not there.
Yeah, nah. She's not there. She's not there.
Like whatever, but.
Yeah, no. This is it's not there.
It's fine. Her quest line is not really an important one.
Right. All right, this is more of an American stamper. Melbourne. Yeah, welcome to Melbourne, Australia.
You mean Melbourne?
Or Melbourne. Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Welcome to Melbourne, Australia. Which is the other side of Australia compared to... No, wait. No, Melbourne's Western Australia. I'm sure.
Well, Melbourne's like Western, maybe Central at the moment.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, Melbourne's Western Australia, and then it's Eastern side is Canberra, Sydney, all those ones.
Yeah. All right. Well, my sign is down, ready for you.
Righto, I will use my fancy thingy maggy. I just basically point in the sky, and then there you appear, like a knight in shining armor. But your name's McToast, so. I always thought the capital was Sydney, but they changed it and no one told me. Yeah, that's a pretty common misconception. It's Sydney's the capital, but it's not. It's I believe it's Canberra is the main capital of Australia. Yes, I went back to British. I even went British. No, I don't think it's Melbourne. No, because that's western side. It's one of the eastern cities, but it's not Sydney. I'm pretty sure it's Canberra. I think. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. Oh, Perth. Right. Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah, Perth is Western Australia. Yeah. No, I think it's either Canberra or Melbourne then.
All right,
That's... Welcome back. What did the piece of bread say to the knife? Butter me up.
Isn't that the sequel to Bloodborne? Isn't that the sequel to Bloodborne, Melbourne? No.
Yeah, probably.
Don't. No, for everyone. Just no.
What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
Jesus. Oh, hey, he's right over there.
Oh, somebody's invited. Nice. Yeah, Canberra is the capital. I just quickly googled it. It's not Melbourne. Oh, why is he standing on the cliff? Fucking, is he a fucking idiot?
Very muscular, but he has pigtails.
Why does he look like Lord Farquaad?
What?
Oh, did he just yeet himself? Did he?
did.
Oh, he died. Oh,
Okay.
cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Well, did you see his name? His name was Winky Face. So
Oh, right.
it was
Righto.
like the wink emoji. So
And-
maybe that's what he's.
I know
he's just-
Wellington is the
here's a-
capital of New Zealand. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
What is? What do I?
Is it? Yeah, I don't think it's Christchurch. But the capital of New Zealand. I'm pretty sure it's Wellington.
Ah, yes, where beef comes from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where that's where everybody starts arguments is in Wellington. So they got all that beef.
All right, so and then talk to this dude right here. According
Oh,
to the ghost
oh,
at night,
oh.
he's getting murdered.
Oh, hello. I'm beached airs, mate. They're beached airs. They can't do anything. The beach is a whale, mate.
Perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not.
You think I'm a fucking pope?
On sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For
I'm not some bloody rich man. I gotta try and get by life, mate.
I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
Why do you sound like you're from Wales? Alright, I'll donate 10 runes because Ben's bloody looking at me stupid.
You're a true saint.
Alright, that's done.
My name is Topes.
What?
Presuming you're interested, I can teach you
What did you say?
sorceries
Because
as
I'm what?
promised. Only none of them are particularly
And Kitty, what Kitty?
Oh, the accent's
Well,
done.
Would you say? Because I'm what?
He said, "Oh, donate 10 runes," and I was like, oh, "I don't want to donate 10 runes. What do you think I am? I'm the Pope." And then I was like, and then I panned the camera around to you, and I was like, "Oh, Ben's looking at me funny. I better give it to you." I was like, "All right."
Faye is calling herself a troll. Ben, why are you being a brat?
apologies.
Don't be a butt.
Apologies, friend.
Sorceries are no match for your generosity.
Throw if you need to.
Right.
Oh, he does sound very Welsh.
I know about this place. That should help a bit.
Yeah, so talk to him, exhaust his dialogue, and he tells you like, "Hey, you need this special key to get into the Raya Lucaria."
Oh, the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. That's where we study glintstone sorceries.
So you remember the sorceress chick that we freed like at the very beginning?
Oh, down in the dungeon, past that
Cellar?
pumpkinhead guy.
Yes. So
Mhm.
she was actually one of the founders of Raya Lucaria Academy, but she was expelled for being a bit too extreme with her sorceries.
Does she still have a key by any chance?
No,
Oh.
she was expelled. But we can go get a key. I know exactly where there is one.
Shall I ask him about this glintstone key?
Yeah, might as well. He's gonna tell you where it is.
Yeah.
Without
Without one, you
There's
can't
a
pass through the
lot of stuff
academy.
to do. There's a lot of stuff to do in this area, so
Okay.
I don't know how long you necessarily wanted to go tonight, but there's probably at least like 2 or 3 hours of stuff to do here.
Okay. I mean,
And you
donating.
stole my
Dude,
stone? No,
I've
Tribbles,
bloody
no!
given you 10 runes. I can't give you any more.
Oh, great ball, why? I'm sorry, Tribbles. I'm sorry.
Throw Keppel. I need more Aussie words. I'm already a decade behind.
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something. Selen was well known.
Like the little guy from Nino Cooney.
Sorceress in the history of the academy.
So
I never
once
played
you're
Nino
done talking
Cooney.
to him, we can move on, by the way.
Suppose people, yeah.
But Selen was expelled from
Suppose people there are having brekkie.
unthinkable treatment of
Brekkie's kind of spread. Ah, okay.
name of the Graven Witch.
Welsh, you rizzing us up with your drip? No, I'm not. I don't have no riz. I would never have riz.
Yes, Welshie, the known Rizzler.
Yeah, riz is
Ivo! Hi, Ivo!
riz is a thing that doesn't exist here.
Alright.
Why we call you Drippy then? I mean, Drippy is, to me, Drippy is like another word for being stupid. So that checks out. Sounds like Rod. Rod Gilbert. Yeah, he's funny. He's actually really funny. He actually I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he had cancer at one point. I think he's okay now. Rod Gilbert. I actually have his sitcom DVDs. One of them is called The Man with the Flaming. Instead of the man with the girl with the dragon tattoo, it's the man with the flaming Battenberg tattoo.
I am a little bit tipsy, don't mind. Nivo. Why you getting drunk? I love you too, Nivo.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Wait, what?
Yo, snoot.
Nino Cooney's Welsh face called Drippy. Great VA work. Ah.
Alright,
I mean, it's not. I didn't do the VA work. I mean, I probably would have.
No, you should, Nivo. You should.
I probably would have mentioned that if I did, but you know. Yeah, he's really funny. Yeah, he is really, really funny.
Okie dokie.
He went to the same school as my sister, actually. I'm my brother and sister, but different age. Grab.
Yeah, just make sure that you get some good sleep, Nivo. Fuck you, deer. Give me some venison.
Oh dear.
Bro, I could kill for a venison steak right now. Or some like venison sausage or venison jerky. Oh. Venison is delicious.
I had a 1 out of 10 chance of getting it right. Oh well.
I'm nap at work. I just need a good shower. Nivo.
They're all bandicoots. We're all bandicoots now, yeah, I suppose.
We're all bandicoots.
Yeah, we have Crash, we have Drippy, we have Smashy, we have Dippy, we have Lippy. He's a bit of a talker, but you know.
Hey, bud. See what I mean about how easy it is to just walk by?
Yeah, you can just walk by and just turn
I literally
around.
just walked around him while he swung and stabbed him in the ass.
Nice. Yeah, everyone.
A little bit ridiculous.
Hey, not everyone in Wales is related, okay? Only a handful.
Only half of them are incest.
Yeah. We're not all inbreds, okay?
Exactly. Not all from Alabama, all right?
Yeah. Whoa.
I accidentally showed my bestie what Bad Dragon is. He didn't appreciate it. Yeah, Nivo, yeah? No fucking shit. Why you do this? Why you do this?
Alright, fish and chips is a good Aussie tester. At least when trying to get the New Zealand fish and chips. We have fish and chips. Fish and chips is very nice. Fish and chips.
Slab of cod, some steak fries.
Mm.
I'm a menace to society. You're a little gremlin, Nivo.
Yeah, like
Alright, so here's another merchant if you want to buy his shit.
But fish and chips. Fish and chops. Fish and chips, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh look, it's the guy from the church but in different colours. But different guy.
Well, they're all different merchants. Now, a little tidbit of lore with the merchants is they're all inflicted with madness, by the way.
Oh.
Yes, they're all inflicted with madness. And the only reason why they are able to stay sane right now and why they all carry instruments is because...
Oh, yeah, smithing stones. Nice.
Is because Mikola, under the guise of his alter ego, sang a song for the merchants while they were all imprisoned for their madness, for being, afflicted with madness. Mikola, under the guise of his alter ego, sang them a song that helped put them to sleep and ease their madness. So now if you listen to the song they play, or they're playing on their instruments, it's the song that they were sung when they were in prison. And I don't remember which one it is, but I think one of the merchants, you can actually ask about the song.
Alright, okay. Should I buy a lantern?
Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah. Should I get some smithing stones as well, or no? Or no way, no.
Again, you might as well.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt to have it.
Actually, how much do I need now for an upgrade on my...
Sparta!
I think I need 4 smithing stone 2s, and then I can and then that's all the smithing stone 2s done.
Well, since we're out here in the lakes now, this is technically like forward progression level, so you'll get less 1s and more 2s and 3s now, and then we'll start working towards like 4s and 5s and 6s and stuff later. Yeah.
Just an accent test, but you'd have to hear it. I can't spell accents. Ah, okay. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, I do a great I do a great accent in chat. New York accent. Hi, have a nice day. New Year's Jesse. I'm fucking walking here.
I'm walking here. Alright, so you got this bonfire though, right?
I think I touched it, yeah.
Cool. Alright, let's go this way then.
Only one way to find out, I guess.
Head into one of the Nightmare Lakes. Excuse me.
Head into to what lake?
It's in one of the Nightmare Lakes.
Oh. What? Oh, that's reassuring.
Yeah. You're not gonna like Caleb. Alright, there's just a material to pick there, that's all.
Maybe the first is more Manhattan. Yeah, maybe.
What?
I don't know. Cinema's just trying to explain his accents in chat. I found a map. Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say this here should do the map stone, so.
Oh, I got grave.
Yeah, it should open a good chunk of.
Oh yeah, it opens a bit more.
The lakes here. Yeah.
Oh, you're not even. Oh wow, okay, that was weird. you were literally weren't even running. You were just like stood in still but moving.
Yeah.
That was quite funny.
Are you at least noticing a damage bump with your things now?
Yeah, I think I'm killing things a little bit quicker.
That's good. Very, very good.
I think I can agree with that. Oh wait, should I put the is my physic thing?
Again by a player. So.
Okay. Is my that physic vial thing? Is that in my pouch or like
it's
X?
in your inventory, so you should be able.
I got to
put
assign
it on,
now.
like, your
Oh, it's already there. It's already there. Sorry, yeah, it's already there. Yeah. So if I if I cycle through it, there. Okay, yeah. Oh, he's got his bubble thing on. Oh, okay. Okay. That rude, but okay.
Yeah, he's chugging stuff, and he's trying to use some magic.
Oh, now he's fucking out of there.
Yeah. And now he's gonna get the fucking shit blood out of him. Yeah,
There you go.
don't
Got
let
him.
win.
Nice.
Hey, hey, I'm just gonna teabag you because you're a dick.
Yeah. I got the... Hell yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. Thank you for the dance party, Nivo.
Oh, and break.
The dance
Fuck,
party.
now, already?
And the
Again?
Dance party and Broby1, quit farting, you dick.
So rude.
Exactly, rude. Stop summoning shit. Okay. So there should be a bonfire up here.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it. I can see it at the corner of my eye.
That was interesting. I should not have killed that guy in one hand, but okay, I'll take it. Nice. Which sword do you have on your right hand? The crystal?
Yes.
You should swap that with the other one, so when you hit left trigger, you can use your blood slash.
Oh, because it uses the skill from your right hand.
The weapon art of your main hand.
Okay. They'll swap these around, right?
Yep.
So that goes there, and then that goes there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I done that.
The +5 or +6 sword with the blood slash on it.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. So now, when you hit left trigger, you should. I mean, you can even test it out.
Woo!
Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but it uses some of your health, right? I'm guessing.
Yes, because you slice your hand essentially to initiate.
To initiate the blood slice. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, got another cookbook. Nice.
Okie dokie. So we need
This
way
looks
the
fun.
fuck over there. Oh my god. This is gonna suck because we don't have horses, but we gotta start our long walk this way.
Okay. I can make bone arrows, I think, if I look at it now.
Dribbles can't read sarcasm. Like the song Sound of Madness by Shinedown. Huh? Hi? I don't know what's happening in the chat.
Man, you're getting a lot of invaders. Oh, you should have seen it yesterday, Cinema. It was fucking even worse.
Dude, yesterday it was... Can we not talk about it?
Yeah, yesterday was, like... yesterday was so bad that Ben had to punch a wall. It was that bad.
Yeah, yesterday gives me PTSD. Can we talk?
At least with
punch a wall. I just needed to get up.
Yeah, at least with the invaders here, we've managed to kill them pretty quickly.
Yes.
I think we just realized, like, okay, like, look, let's just fucking murder them.
Well, that and now that you're leveling up, the invaders are like we're getting less of the douchey invaders that are invading specifically low-level players.
Yeah, that's true.
And also, as you level up, remember, I scale to you.
Yeah, so we're getting more powerful.
You're also empowering me, basically.
Woo!
You're giving me some of my power back to actually be able to do things.
Look at that. I'm such a generous person.
Stumble into victory.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right. Oh. Right, where'd you go?
Inside this little encampment.
Ah. Well, oh, the encampment up here? Or are you in like a cave? Can't see you. Oh, there you are. Hey, I found you. Sorry, I was distracted.
Yeah, what do you mean you can't see me? It's just like one camp here.
I got a monk's flame mace. I got a prayer book.
Oh.
I got a I had a greeting thing as well.
Good. Okay. Let me do this. Crap, I couldn't hold it long enough for you to get here.
No, it's fine. Ooh, a bronze ore.
Bronze ore?
It's a bronze ore.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you. I'm getting sleepy, dude. I don't know why. It's like 5 o'clock.
11 p.m.
All right, I'm gonna go take a nap. Good night, Nivo. Have a good night.
Take care.
Oh, that's why this place sucks without horses. So you see what looks like the dirty, nasty shit
Oh,
water?
that's decay, isn't it, or something?
It's dirty, nasty shit water, and it's poison.
Ah, fuck.
Ow.
And there's no
But
way
if
we
you're
can...
on your horse, you don't get poisoned. So,
Fuck, right, okay.
yeah.
It's just gonna suck then.
Yeah. Just run. I mean, I'm poisoned, but it's like... Yeah, whatever. Here, you know what? Actually, I'll do this. That way it helps kind of counteract our poison a little bit. Because then the tick down from the poison will tick back up from the regen, so it'll kind of help keep up with the health loss a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Kiara getting a friend ball and Broly One getting a feather ball. Thank you, Nylon.
You not call the cow horse in co-op? No, you can't. I don't think so.
Ow.
Is that right, Ben? We can't have...
No, you can't horse in co-op. Not unless you do the seamless co-op mod. Oh, grab this flower. This is in a flower. This pink one.
Poison bloom.
Yep. Yeah, now, do you have any of the... Or can you craft any of the things that cure poison?
I can have a look. What would it be called? Would you know?
Neutralizing boluses. It looks like a green claw.
No, I can't craft those. They're not on the list.
Alright, I just pooped one out on the ground for you.
Ah, thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Do you have anti-poison stuff? Now I do, because Ben just gave me some. Do I just use it now?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well get rid of your poison. Unless your poison buildup is almost gone. But
No, it was like 3/4 full.
yeah, so. Poison takes fucking forever in this game to...
Yeah, I noticed before it was... When I got poisoned, it was like, yeah, it just took forever today.
So there is, however, a bonfire up here. A bonfire.
At least we can, like, travel between the two, I guess, then. Is there anything in the lakes that we to get, or
Oh yeah,
no?
like our entire next story bit is
In the lake. All right,
in
okay.
this entire area, like in the lake. So
Lovely.
Rhea Lucaria is our next like main story location,
Right.
and then northwest of that, or like pretty much straight north, I guess technically, is Caria Manor, and that's where we go for Blythe and Ronnie's quest line. So if
Right.
you want to do Ronnie's ending, that's kind of what I'm leading you through just on the side. We don't technically have to do that one because there's a couple steps at the end that you have to go like out of your way to get to.
Right.
So if you don't want to do Ronnie's ending, we don't have to do that one, but I'm just kind of like leading you through those steps as we're doing stuff.
Just so that I
way
have that
if you
option,
want that
sort of thing.
ending, we can do that.
Okay. Okay, so I got the bonfire.
Nice. So up here then.
This looks very pretty, though. We'll say.
Yeah. And this is the village of the Albinorics. Unfortunately, basically everybody's dead because of the Omen Killers.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
So those are the perfumers, by the way. These types of enemies.
Oh, they heal. Oh, fuckers.
Yeah. If you saw what he like spat out at you, that's a weapon we're gonna get in the DLC.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get perfumes as like a new weapon class in the DLC. Damn it, Welshie.
Sorry. Is this not blind? Is this not blind for you? Well, this bit is. So anything before, because the start of. No, sorry. Well, yesterday's stream we did Margit, didn't? Well, Margot or Margit, whatever it is.
Now talk to him, and he gives you a medallion that we'll need for later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when I played a little bit of this before, and I got to like the opening area, and I got to the Margit fight at the start. You know, the foul tarnished guy. I got to him, and then didn't play the game anymore. I did fight the dragon over the other side, and I did go open the chest down on that side, which took me to a mine, which I fucking hated, and I just kind of explored the caves in the starting area. That's pretty much what I did. I haven't gone this far in the story. Like, I'm nowhere near this far.
Yeah.
But I did play. I did do that like last year, so I'm a little clued in on like flasks and and stuff.
Yeah. I'd say once we finish Rhea Lucaria and we do the stuff in Caria Manor, which again is only part of Ronnie's questline, so it's not technically like main story stuff unless you want to do her questline. But once you finish Rhea Lucaria and you head to Altus Plateau and do the Altus Plateau like intro stuff, excuse me, like get into the capital and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably about halfway through the main game.
Right. Okay.
Just so that way you have like a good estimate of like the pace we're keeping.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, that's glowing red, so that's going to be elf.
Yeah, so that's a Crimson Flask bug.
I'm gonna chase you. I'm gonna chase you. I'm gonna chase you. Don't fucking leave me, you little bitch. Thank you. Right,
Oh,
nice.
I didn't realize there was still one alive over here.
Oh. Oh, I'm already using bronzer for my makeup. Nice. But yeah, this is not the first time it's not the first time ever I've played Elden Ring, but this is definitely the first time I've gotten anywhere, this far into the game. That makes sense. Oh.
Whoa, what? No, that's not right.
From over there, I guess?
I don't know. But don't go down that path because that leads to a boss fight, which is what I was going to do
until this shithead decided to turn up.
Which I don't know if beating the boss sends him home. We can try because this isn't a hard boss, but it's up to you.
Alright, yeah. I'm easy.
Because this boss is not really like a boss. It's just
Oh, Omen
this
Killer.
is the first introduction of him, so they're like, hey, yeah, he's gonna be a boss basically because it's your first introduction. Now, there we go.
Did we send him away? No, I think we did.
I don't know.
I got a crucible. I got a crucible not talisman. Whatever that is.
Nice. So yeah, just look around here and see if there's anything to pick up. If it doesn't say that the dude returned home, then maybe just head back over to the bonfire and I can drop sign for you over there.
Okay. There's nothing I can see in terms of items, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much in the way of items in this place. It's the main thing is getting that medallion half from the dude that was disguised as a jar.
Right.
Because that medallion half is part of the medallion we need to access the Halig tree, which is where Mommy Millennia is.
Is that because we got the left side from that fort? Is it connected to that one, or is it a different medallion?
What do you mean?
We went to that Ford Haigo place that we keep getting invaded.
Oh, that was the Dectus medallion, and the Dectus
that's
medallion
different.
is for the lift that leads to Altus Plateau. But you can completely get around that lift by either going through Rhea Lucario Academy and then taking a way gate that's towards the end of the academy, or by going through the ruin-strewn precipice, which is basically just a cave that leads up to Altus Plateau.
When did I pick up a crimson crystal tear? Oh, I've upgraded my flasks anyway again.
Okay, cool.
I can level up. So I'm gonna do a level up. I'm gonna endurance.
Oh wait, it let you rest at the bonfire?
Yes.
Okay, so that means the invader disappeared then. So that's good.
Yeah, mine.
It doesn't let you rest if there's anybody in your game, including invaders.
Yeah, my endurance is now 19, so it's.
Nice.
It's getting there.
Slow and steady wins the race.
So we want 46, I think it was.
Okay. Okay, that's not too bad.
47. Sorry.
I think what we'll do is when we're done with Rhea Lucaria, if you're not like level 60 by the time we're done, I may give you some runes just to kind of bump that up so you can move up level wise.
Right. Okay.
Because you want to, going into Altus Plateau, the like average level recommendation is between like 60 and 80.
Gotcha. Okie doke. Cool.
Hell, we want to go now. I guess technically speaking, we should go grab the keys to the academy. There's a lot of stuff kind of on the western side of this map here we could do. We could, maybe we should go over here because there is an Erd tree, so we can get you another tier as well as.
I've probably got like another quarter of an hour, 20 minutes or so.
An hour? You said like an hour and 20 minutes?
Like quarter of an hour.
Oh, quarter of an hour. Okay, so let's end with a bang then. I guess we'll go get the keys to the academy, and then we'll do the other stuff later. We'll go get the keys to the academy, open the door, and then we can go.
Cool. Okay.
Call it a day after that. So how the fuck do we get down now? That's like the most confusing thing about this place is trying to figure out how to get up and down.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Blood robes. Oh wait, no, that's Roa. I don't know if you can see the marker that I put on the map or not, but I've got a marker north of us that we're heading to.
I don't.
Pretty much just try to follow me as best you can. We may or may not get poisoned. If we do, then it's whatever.
I'm probably going to get poisoned.
Yeah. You can take a break on one of these rocks if you need to let your poison go down.
Oh, that was very close.
I was say it goes down faster if you're not actually poisoned, so.
Yeah, that was very close to being fully poisoned there.
Well, just that way we get passive regen in case we do get poisoned. Crap! No.
You're falling asleep, so...
Lightning at you just because.
Yeah, why not? I know. You're falling asleep,
No,
so you're going to head to bed. Oh, no way, Cinema. Have a good night, Cinema. Take care of yourself.
Alright.
I'm not going to be too far behind, so...
Yeah. We're pretty much just going to do, like, one last...
Why am I...
here, and then we can
Why is my
night.
poison going up when I'm not sending in poison?
It shouldn't be, but come over here.
Hello?
Your poison fills up.
Well, it's filled up now.
Damn.
Literally, I was standing on the rock and it was just still going up, and I was like,
I've been standing close enough to the poison.
fucking goddamn it. I thought I was standing in the same place as I was before. Guess not.
Oh, I forgot these dudes were here. Shit. I don't have a weapon for this.
What's here? Who's here? What?
Did
Oh.
you see the crystal people?
Oh, I see the crystal people now.
Uh-huh. We need a bludgeoning weapon, and I don't have one.
Oh. They look very bludgeoning.
Basically, you want to break them. You have to, like, crack them by dealing enough blunt damage to them or something.
Ah,
and then,
okay.
if you do that... Ow, stop stabbing me.
Yeah,
Once
they
you
just...
crack them, they take, like, way more damage.
Yeah, they just...
Like that, so now I can smack this one. So it takes
Ow.
damage.
Ow. Please don't get killed, Andrew. Please don't get killed.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, I'm not doing much, particularly on this enemy.
Don't worry, I got you.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. So now that one's broken, now you can just smack her around and see.
Nice.
Yeah. There we go. I forgot that these dudes are just chilling out here in the swamp.
That's fair.
Okay. thankfully, I mean, I don't have these things upgraded at all, but thankfully I had them in my inventory at least, so I could still kind of bonk around. I'll probably have to upgrade them for later, though, because we are going to deal with a bunch of those Crystallians.
Is it? Would it be under like strike or
Yeah, I think it's called strike damage. Is this one?
Yeah.
Yes, it is strike.
Cool. Just checking, because I do have some strike weapons, but
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea just to have one of those to upgrade passively, because, like I said, we will be dealing with more Crystallians later.
yeah.
Not for a while, hopefully, but
Hmm.
like we definitely will have to deal with them.
Yeah, because I got like a monk's flame mace or something and stuff. That weapon did look quite nice actually. The monk's flame mace, whatever it was called. That's quite cool. Hammer.
There we go. Now we're making our way over. Making our way down.
Wait, where'd you go? Shit, I wasn't looking. Oh, there you are.
Huh?
Found you. I found you.
Oh, yeah, I just went over the rock.
I was looking at the menu, so I didn't see you run off.
Oh, you're good. Down, back, this way. Hey, at least your poison finally wore off.
Yay!
There we go. Give us some regen. No, babe, I'm sorry. That's why I haven't been bothering with safari balls. I'm gonna get my mustard ball and then I'll start throwing safaris.
Oh,
Like
fog.
Fog. Yeah, that means I think ghost types are gonna start spawning. Well, you know, they're
Should.
supposed to at least.
Should
Yeah.
is the key word.
Should being the operative term. So let's ignore the land buttholes for now.
Oh yeah, another one of those.
Hey, there's like 6 of them if you look.
Oh yeah, God, yeah, I just realised.
I don't know if there's any items up here.
There is one.
Okay.
Oh, smithing stone too.
Nice. There you go.
Oh, I got
you
3 of
needed
them.
didn't
I got 3 of them.
you? Ooh, there you go. You needed some 2s though, didn't you?
Yes, I think I can fully upgrade the sword now to level 6.
I don't know what's following me, but whatever it is, I'm ignoring it. So
It's the Latin, it's the arsehole things, tentacle things.
Stupid land occupied.
I'm just gonna run as well.
What we're going to deal with over here is already bad enough. Oh, there's also a bonfire right here. I forgot about. Oh, interesting, because I don't think I have this one. I don't think I have this one.
Can you touch it?
No, I can't touch it from here because I'm a summoned phantom. I need to.
Yoink.
But I can set a waypoint on it though, so that I know where it is and I can come get it. Like,
That's fair.
Be careful as well, because a lot of assholes used to invade in this area. So
Okay.
track record for the last 2 days.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. Oh,
Yep.
right on cue.
Mm-hmm.
Right on cue.
And he's behind us.
Yeah, I see him. Oh, he's waving at least.
He waved. I'm doing Golden Vow in that though.
Oh, spell casting. No, he's just he's off.
He's trying. We'll see. I will try an honorable 1v1.
I'm watching.
Yeah?
Fuck was
I know what
that?
sword he's using too. Yeah? I can do that too, buddy. I can dance. I can dance. If I want to.
Phantom? Exactly, Sunshines, exactly.
Don't start the dragon fight, by the way.
Oh, is there a dragon here? Oh, I see it now.
What we
Yeah.
were coming to do is deal with the dragon.
I will move away. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Good job I wasn't standing there where I was.
Okay.
Oh, is he gonna go for me? Oh, no, no. Oh, oh.
Oh wow. Oh, he's
Oh, he's healing.
chugging.
Okay.
He's chugging. Get in here.
I'm going. Yeah, fuck you.
As soon as you chug, as soon as you chug, you fucking get out of here. And I still T-pose for dominance because fuck you. You chug, you die.
You chug, you die. Oh, why is there intense music again?
Because the dude was there, the invader.
Ah.
That's adorable. It is adorable. Oh my god, that's such a cute. Yeah. So these bugs, I don't think are good. I think they give cerulean flasks. So,
Gotcha. But there's a big dragon.
yeah.
So
this
we're
one's a magic dragon.
gonna go on a bang.
Unfortunately, his music is not as good.
Glintstone Dragon Smaragd.
Smaragd, yes.
Very close to like
Oh, God.
Smaug, but yeah, I have no stamina, so I need to be careful.
Careful.
He hits that bitch. Oh,
That hurts.
yep.
Ow. Ow. It's alive.
I rolled the way out of that one somehow.
Careful.
Oh fuck. Oh.
Oh, nice. You actually got a good jump on that.
I just yeah.
Yup. Go heal. I'll try to draw his attention. Alright. I don't like the big stuff when I do it.
What was he gonna do? Oh.
Bleed, dick.
Ow. Oh.
No.
Oh. Really? Okay.
Get your ass down here, Smarag. You know what? Careful. Watch out. Oh, God. Hey. Just stop.
I was like, I'm just gonna try and hit it,
I
please.
think you with a lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. So, if you quickly come back over behind where he was chilling over here by the rocks, there should be a body that has the key we need on it.
I saw some items there, yeah, too.
Yeah. So one of the corpses in there will have
Key.
the key we need. So.
Dragon Wound Grease. Academy Glintstone Key.
Yeah, there you go.
And a cookery. Alright, done.
Excuse me. So, if you want to, because the rest is going to take a bit of time to get to, we can just kind of call it here, end on a high note with beating up the dragon, and then we can actually head into Raya Lucaria next time.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna head to Round Table Hold and just see if
Good idea.
I can level up or upgrade weapons and stuff.
Yeah, very good idea. I'm gonna go grab that bonfire.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, the dude's invading you, right? Yeah, I told you he was gonna be an asshole. Eat his ass.
I wasn't ready.
Time
Oh.
out, man, time out.
It makes sense why everything's like broken. Oh, he just stabbed me. He's gonna steal life from me now. Nice. Appreciate that. That I do not approve of. Oh, he stole.
Go what?
That like move he did, he like stole health, which was very not.
Oh yeah, I think it's a weapon that he uses.
Okay, he did. He did.
But yeah, so with that though, thanks for playing as always, appreciate it. we'll have to organize another time soon here because I don't know when you're like free next, or if you wanted to just kind of stick to weekends for this or what. But we'll.
Yeah, well, if I know you said you're more. I suppose Friday and Saturdays are a good one because I don't have work, so
Okay.
I can say I can stream a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah.
So.
Let me see actually what my schedule is because I think after. Yeah, so I work tomorrow and Monday, and then I am off for like 3 weeks.
Wow, that's nice.
Well, because I've got my 2-week to like 2.5-week trip, and then they just didn't schedule me a few days before the trip starts. So
Nice.
I don't know why, but yeah. So pretty much starting like Tuesday of next week, I'm free for a while, and then on Friday the 21st is when the DLC comes out. So I'll probably be diving into that. And then I leave for my trip on the 26th. But like, if you want to do more of this, like one of these days, then sure, that's fine. Because I've got a few days between when the DLC comes out and when I'm leaving to actually like play some of the DLC. So
Gotcha.
I don't mind bouncing between the two if I have to.
Okie doke. Okay, so my Lord Sworn straight sword is now +7.
Okay, cool.
So that's nice.
Yes, very good, very good. Next time after we do like Rhea Lucaria and we head over to like Caria Manor and stuff, we we should be able to find you the whatchamacallit dude, the giant like blacksmith merchant dude who I think he sells some smithing stones, so you should be able to buy some that are for your next batch of upgrades for like the crystal sword and the basic one that you're using. So
Gotcha. Yeah, right. I'm with you. So I'm just looking at my armor. If there's anything I can change. But...
unfortunately, there's no like upgrade armor unless you want to just like swap pieces entirely. But
yeah,
you can't like actually buff the armor like you can in the first Dark Souls game or anything.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Which it's whatevs, but.
Oh, reduces damage and impact of headshots is for the Crucible, not Talisman.
Yeah, but how often are you getting headshot though? That's the thing.
True. Okay. If the bonfire's place is back as it was, that's fine.
I think the best bonfire for us to start at would actually be the one right here, the Temple Quarter that we just unlocked, because that's the closest to where we have to go for the Rhea Lucaria entrance. So, we'll just kind of pick up here next time, I guess, right?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Alrighty. Thanks for playing well. She is always
no problem.
class.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for being my guide.
Yeah, anytime, bud, anytime. Like I said yesterday, I'm glad that we're getting back into one of these games.
Yes.
It's been too long.
Yeah, it has.
It's been too long since we have suffered together. So, but no, by the end of this, I promise you, by the end of this playthrough, you will be Elden Wang.
Elden Wanged.
Elden Wang, exactly.
Cool.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yes, you too.
Next time.
And I'll see you next time, Ben.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Quit the game. Let's quit the game. Let's quit the game. Let's quit the game. Let's quit the game. All right. Who's online? Can we try and raid out? Ooh. Oh, shit. Tiny's playing some community games. Jill's doing some Sekiro speedruns. No, I appreciate everybody popping in. Sorry if I wasn't chatting much. But I appreciate everyone coming in, hanging out, all that good stuff. All right. You read Jill? Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, let's read Jill. She's doing Sekiro speedruns, and she's about to start a run, so let's do that. Watch some badass gaming at work. You know what I mean? But again, appreciate everyone popping in again, and massive thank you to Ben again for having me and playing this game with me. It's greatly appreciated. I'll shout out Sav as well for the raid. Go for all these peeps, all very, very good people. Definitely deserve all the love and follows and time and chatting time and whatnot. All good stuff. But yeah, let's go raid Jill. And we'll... So the next stream will probably be Monday now. And we'll start Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex 100% run. Well, not run, but 100% playthrough. And we'll see what happens for Elden Ring. It might be Friday, Saturday again, like it was this weekend. So we'll see. We'll keep you all posted. Okay? Until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. Hope you have a good weekend, and I will see you on Monday. I will try. What I'll try and do is actually I'll try and upload the Spyro playthrough on Sunday, so it's on YouTube ready. That's probably the plan. And then yeah, we'll go from there then. But yeah, until next time, folks. Take care of yourselves. And say, go follow all the good people, and I'll see you all next time. Until then, goodbye.